Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to burp. Hold on. Ooh. I don't want to begin the show being indelicate. Ooh. Hey, what's going on? My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. You heard it in the intro there, but I'll say it again. Because I'm a raging egomaniac. That's why. You don't even have to ask. I'll tell you. Hey, say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
What's up, man?
Kat is back in the studio. G. Did she do what she said she was going to do?
I'm not going to put her on to you. Are you ready?
I'm ready. She
Here
told
we
us
go.
there was a big
3, 2.
A big follicular surprises. Hey, she did it.
She sure did.
Kat's back from spring break in Montego Bay over there, and oh, look at her, looking all
Happy Monday,
fantastic,
guys.
and yeah.
Yeah, she sure did, didn't she?
How long did that take?
Like 4 or 5 hours.
4
like
or 5 hours.
4
All right.
Yeah.
You didn't do it yourself?
No.
Yeah, somebody did it for you.
Now, how long do those stay in?
She went
like
over
that?
to the Center for Cultural Appropriation, Rob, over there at Cleveland State University, and
Yeah, totally. What did you ask, Rob?
How long will those stay in?
Oh, it just depends how long you want to keep them in for.
Well, how long do you want to keep them in for?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
Depends, how I'm feeling.
Now, is this you getting ready for summer? Is this you manifesting? It was very nice weather over the weekend. And so is this a matter of you just kind of just putting yourself in that mindset? Is that what it is?
I mean,
Why now?
I'm definitely ready for the beach, but no plans as of yet. Maybe that will change soon.
Did
Who
you
knows?
rock these when you were going to medical school in Antigua?
No, but I should have.
Yeah.
I should have.
Have you ever had short hair?
Yeah, so actually, speaking of that, good segue.
Good segue, Rob.
Yeah.
I did it. Elapsed time, 3 minutes, 45
There you
seconds.
go.
Wow.
When I was in Antigua, I was swimming in the ocean every single day, and so the salt water was adding a lot of texture.
good for you.
I have salt spray that I use.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't
so
beat it.
salt adds texture, right? So then your hair can get tangled, and I've always had very long hair, and so I cut it all off to a bob, which I haven't done since I was like a kid. It was cute and everything. It was very freeing, but I really should have done braids. And so anyway, that's kind of when I started taking braiding and all that more seriously.
All right. So you probably will never go back to the bob. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'll never say never. you
Around
know?
here we call it the rob, just because.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah,
The
sure
far
is.
superior version of the shortened Robert.
Mm-hmm. The rob. All right, well, congratulations. Good for you. It's an exciting way to start the week. If you'd like to join us, please, we'd love to have you. I'll talk to Kat first. Maybe you'll hear the braiding in her voice. Maybe there'll be a pep in her step or something. She's certainly not somebody in general who's lacking in, what's the word? Vivacity? Vivaciousness? What's the word there, Rob? Check the list that guy sent me and see if it's on there.
Thank you.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 if you want to get us there. If you want to send me a text, that number is 35192. I did get an email from Geraldine, by the way. We all know Geraldine. She's come out to appearances before. She's a lovely, lovely little girl who she's been kind enough to bring out before. And she was talking about that list that Elliot made. He made a list of words that he calls it words Alan made me Google, or words you could never say in a bar because you get punched. And she was mentioning that I feel like I've heard you say most, if not all of these, because in going over that list, I didn't remember most of them. But we were also, she refers to somebody who really took umbrage with Rob shortening cucumber to cukes. Now, that didn't jump out at me because I've heard a lot of people say that. I've seen it on menus, But for whatever reason, there was a contingent of people who somehow really, that was an affront to them that you called cucumbers cukes. That would have never jumped out of me. But she said her late husband, her husband passed away. She's since remarried, but her late husband, she's like, he would do the thing where he would refer to food by their proper names. And I do this to my daughter all the time, and I love it. Like chicken patties or chicken Patricias, like that kind of thing. It's just a dumb thing that I love, right? Hey, what are we having for dinner? Shishka Roberts. That's dumb too, but it just makes me laugh.
Ultimate dad jokes.
Yes. Sloppy Joes are sloppy Josephs. And again, it's nothing new. It's just, a very silly thing, but I love it. Again, I think my daughter's way past that. She's 9. I mostly get eye rolls from her now, but that's okay. Also, I heard from Quayon, who is one of our bureau chiefs there, outside Pittsburgh. I think they live where do they live now? Pleasant Valley or something like that. Alan, Rob is right. Wegmans is the best.
Mm-hmm.
We got on a whole tangent about grocery store chains. And Rob's a big Wegmans man. We don't have them here. Closest one to us is Erie, PA. But she said, we're getting a Wegmans soon in Pittsburgh so that we won't have to settle for Giant Eagle. However, I looked into that a little bit, and Quayon and Matt, I think her husband or boyfriend, they live very far south of downtown Pittsburgh. And the Wegmans is going into Cranberry, PA, which is a far north suburb of Pittsburgh. So I'm like, you're going to be driving 45 minutes to go grocery shopping. Like you live out in the middle of nowhere. These people, you ever drive through like some backcountry roads, and you're like, wow, these people, they make a plan to go to the grocery store. That's like a day trip if they go, because it takes you so goddamn long to get out there.
I actually did experience that for a bit.
Yeah,
I hated it.
There are no like Target runs, when you live out in the middle of nowhere. You're like, all right, Saturday, we're going to go. You got to plan it.
Yeah.
Either that or you're growing your own food or, whatever. That's probably less likely.
Right.
You lived out in the sticks. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say lived, but temporarily resided. And yeah, it was like that.
Where was this?
Oh, well, like in the Pacific Northwest, like in
okay.
Idaho. And
you were living, you're skirting around it, but your boyfriend's still out there, and you're like, oh, we were out kind of in the, you guys were living on a white supremacist compound, weren't you? Just come right out and say it.
Absolutely not.
All right. Don't lie.
But yeah, there are people who like have greenhouses and like grow their own things. And
yeah, their own things. I like that too. Yeah, they grow their own things out there. And yeah. Well, then you had to make a plan to go to the grocery store, right?
Yeah, it's just, I would really hate to be that inconvenienced. I mean, I think it's great if people want to live out in nature, but I feel like for me, I like a happy medium where, I can still escape to nature, but nothing's so far away.
I'm fine driving to nature, man. I mean, I like it. It's fine. I'm a city dude. I can't stand, I'm in the suburbs now, and it makes me want to crawl out of my skin. But whatever. but living in the middle of nowhere,
That's even worse than a suburb.
I can't even imagine that, being out there. Some people love it though. They got their ATVs and the shotguns and the whole thing, but man, I guess it's worth going to the store once a week.
Yeah, exactly.
The hell do I know?
Within a 10-minute circle of where I live, there's probably there's 2 openings, so 6 grocery stores, and I still travel to go.
Well, I was going to say
market.
Medina is kind of that weird space where a lot more of it used to be the sticks.
Yeah, oh yeah. Everything's getting built up now.
Yeah, but you also don't have to drive too far out there where you are in the sticks.
No, they're opening up an Acme and a Meijer.
Oh, what?
An Acme. I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Acme.
Acme.
Yeah. Acme.
Yeah,
and a Meijer.
And a Meijer.
Meijer's legit.
I can't wait. I've never been to one, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's a Meijer by us,
when
too.
I got hip to them when I lived in Kalamazoo, Michigan 25 years ago. That's a Michigan-based chain, and then they started bringing them here. There's one near us now out in Avon, and you love Meijer.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. But I'm, I'm fancy when I shop, so I try to, I travel a bit to get to the stores that I enjoy.
Uh-huh.
And I don't.
Are you guys Aldi fans?
Yeah, I don't go into Aldi often. I go in for specifically 2 things, and one of them, they make this cookie. I don't know how long they've been making them, but they're called kitchen sink cookies.
Oh, yeah.
And as the name implies, it has all this stuff in them. And I'm not prone to like just eating cookies, right? But whatever they put in these cookies, I mean, I found myself walking into an Aldi and like buying like 3 packages of them, and that and the Aldi chili lime cashews. I'll go for those. But otherwise, Aldi's got it down to a science. Used to be you had to bring your own box or whatever. They had a stack of cardboard, right? And you're working at the thing. Now it's all self-checkout.
Nice.
I mean, Aldi, a place that on any given, during the rush, they had 2 people working there, up at the counter. And now you're doing all the work.
Yeah,
you are an Aldi employee now.
Yeah, I was about to say that at least they gave the employees a seat when they were working, right? Where's my seat?
I mean, I bring my own
kidding.
seat, but when I'm checking
Just
out 3
squat.
packages of cookies, I don't feel like I'm going to get lightheaded.
Yeah.
All right, I got a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch the show on our YouTube channel if you like.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The finals are here. It's the last time to bet on college basketball this season. Get in on all the action, expected and unexpected, with DraftKings Sportsbook. New DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code LadyLuck. That's promo code LadyLuck for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Rover for Northeast Factory Direct. There's nothing like motion furniture to take your living space to the next level. NEFD has the largest selection of motion furniture in Northeast Ohio. Whether you're looking for a power recliner with built-in speakers, a sectional with power headrests, or a sofa with lumbar support, NEFD has it all. Perfect for movie nights, game day, or just kicking back after a long day. At other stores, you'd easily spend thousands on motion furniture. But at Northeast Factory Direct, you'll save big. Plus, everything is in stock for immediate delivery. Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, or North Canton, or go to northeastfactorydirect.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. And Window Nation, always a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of saving a good deal more when you shop with M-Perks at Meijer. Some delicious blueberries, money saved. A creamy treat of cookie dough ice cream, that's money saved. Savings, savings, savings. Because every dollar spent is also 10 points earned in M-Perks, which you can use to save on your next grocery trip or up to $1 off per gallon on your next tank of gas. At Meijer, we work hard to help you save a good deal more for a whole lot less. That's bringing more good to life. Exclusions apply. See mperks.com for details.
At Cleveland Clinic, care is everything. So when your primary purpose is to care for the world, you'd start with your community until you're accessible anywhere. You make complexities your specialties and put compassion before anything else, all to redefine what's possible. For everyone, everywhere. For every care in the world. Cleveland Clinic.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and The North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, April 11th through 13th in Avon.
When you're taking that next step, you should have the right team in your corner. Your financial needs are as unique as you and deserve a customized solution. The Dollar Bank Loan Sale is the perfect time to chat with our loan experts so we can help streamline your budget and lower your monthly payments. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Now extended until April 12th. Get started at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's the Tire Madness sale at Conrad's. Get $100 off instantly on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, including the popular Weather Ready. Perfect for Cleveland weather.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
I'm Ryan Karras, Benedictine class of 2025, inviting you to discover the spirit of brotherhood at Benedictine High School. At Benedictine, you join a community guided by faith, tradition, and leadership. Visit cbhs.edu and register to be a Bengal for a day.
Prohibition. It's no secret that banning alcohol didn't stop people from living it up in the 1920s.
When we're 5 years into Prohibition, the government is starting to go, okay, this isn't working.
I'm Ed Helms, and on Season 3 of Snafu, we're taking you back to the 1920s and the tale of Formula 6. What you probably don't know about Prohibition is that American citizens were dying due to poisoned liquor, and all along, an unlikely duo was trying desperately to stop the corruption behind it. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Snafu, and listen now.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Traffic. From the Elk Traffic Center, Elk has one over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Highway Drive is an easy one. Finally cleared the crash at West 130th and Sprague. Some down power lines to avoid in Solon on Psalm Center Road near Solon Road. See your problem? Give us a call on the traffic tip line, 216-986-8888. I'm Faith Nazovich in the Traffic Center.
This report is paid for by Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose.
Want to make a difference and help ensure Ohio's primary election is secure and accessible? Serve as a poll worker on May 6th by signing up at voteohio.gov. You'll even be paid for your service.
Learn more at voteohio.gov.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? And I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real?
You will use the suggestion to enhance your control.
Or what's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way we understand the universe.
Well, we have answers for you in the new podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Cham, as we answer questions about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Listen to Science Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
What is this, 2002? This album's 20 years old now, too, yeah?
This is the third one, right?
This is the second.
Is it?
Yeah, it's called Believe. The sophomore release from Disturbed was called Believe. They got super glossy after the sickness. They're in town tonight. Rob and I are hosting that Buzzard Suite over at the Rocket Arena. It's going to be awesome. I think I saw the thing earlier for people who are going to the show tonight, whether or not you're going with us. The doors are at 5:30 because there are two opening bands. There's Daughtry and there's Nothing More. I don't know who is slated to go on first. Whoever is going on first, I thought it would be Nothing More would go on first. I don't know.
But don't they have, like, more stuff?
Yeah, they've got they've got this thing called the Scorpion that people might have seen on social media. It's this giant instrument machine thing that they've built where the front man can get on it. It's like part organ, part microphone thing. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, so
that's another band that was really poised to blow up a couple years ago, and they just couldn't get out of their own way. All kinds of inter-band fighting and intra-band fighting and all kinds of stuff. So I'm not sure, but Nothing More is pretty cool. But Nothing More and Daughtry are on this date of the Disturbed. It's 25th anniversary of The Sickness, and so they're playing tonight. We've got a bunch of customers with us in the Buzzard Suite. Should be a lot of fun, but I'm pretty sure that first band goes on at 6:30 for people who are coming downtown. But they're going to do The Sickness in its entirety and then probably peppering it in with these. I don't know how that works. Every band does it differently when they play an album. A lot of times they'll just play it front to back. I don't know if that's what Disturbed will do.
My gut says that's what they'll do. I think they're going to play it in its entirety, take a break, come back and do...
Oh, you think that's what it's going to be?
Yeah, I think they'll do like an intermission in between.
You think they're going to roll him out on the dolly like they did on that first tour like Hannibal Lecter?
Absolutely.
Because they were trying to impart to you that, golly, this guy was sick. He just needed to be in a friggin' straitjacket. This guy was so out of it.
Hence, Disturbed.
The Sickness. I just remember when that album first came out, more than anything else, even before you heard one note of the album, people were like, what the F is this cover? It was like a dude being birthed from some you didn't know what the hell it was. Maybe they clarified it in the years since, but those first three, whatever you think of Disturbed, I know there's a lot of people that think that, they put them in kind of the Nickelback category or whatever, and I'm biased because they're a hometown band for me. David Draymond and I grew up 8 blocks away from each other and never knew it. But I like them. I think those first 3 Disturbed records, man, real hard to beat.
I mean, even the stuff that they're releasing now. I mean,
they found their groove, man.
It's formulaic for sure. But, I mean, I'm trying to find out who is opening.
Usually I'll have a set times, but I didn't this time around. Hey, we got a full slate of really good guests over the next week and a half, by the way. Our friend Bill Squire will return to the Friendly Confines on Wednesday. Gene Simmons will be on the show, I think, Thursday. He's got the Gene Simmons solo tour going out, even though they canceled a bunch of dates. Cleveland was spared. That's mid-May here at MGM Northfield Park. I'm hoping Duncan Trussell is going to be back on the show. A bunch of people have been asking me about that. He's doing hilarities. Duncan's very funny. Don Jameson will be back in. Ed Helms on the show. Eric Andre. Next week and a half is going to be a lot of very, very fun people on the show. So make sure you're around for that. Guardians took 2 of 3 against the Royals over the weekend. And then they're playing the Padres tonight. And that's on MMS. Yeah, because no Cavs?
Right.
We're in that weird kind of crossing the streams period of basketball and baseball here on the Buzzard. So 9:40 tonight. The Guardians are in San Diego. The Padres are undefeated. They are 4-0. They're a very good baseball team right now. And so first of 3 tonight, West Coast time here on the Buzzard. Guardians, Padres at 9:40. And then the Cavs coming off a win against the Clippers. I could not believe that the Cavs were beaten by the Detroit Pistons. But in their defense, the Pistons are not as god-awful as they have been the last couple of seasons. I mean, for a while, the Pistons were like the Chicago White Sox of the NBA.
Well, that's the power of JB, man. JB Vickerstaff is there. He's got this team cranking. They're playing well.
H&R Puffin stuff goes to the Motor City, and he starts killing it over there. QR twerking skirt gets up there at the Little Caesars Arena and starts to make stuff happen.
He's got these guys play. I mean, that's what he did, right? That's what he did here. He's one of those dudes that will absolutely get people to play, but can he take them to the end? That's the thing, right? I don't know if he's a closer in that way, but he surely gets a team to play. I mean, he's a great coach.
Yeah, they're finding out.
So
133-122 over the Cavs on Friday night.
So it is nothing more Daughtry. I mean, yeah, and Disturbed. That's the order. Yep.
When does Disturbed go on? Does it say?
I didn't ask. I will.
Okay. I mean, I figure they probably wouldn't go on much
I'm
before
9. Yeah.
Yeah. And elapsed time once they go on tonight, if you're going, because if you're trying to plan this out, elapsed time between when they go on and when you should become comfortable getting down with the sickness, results may vary.
Instantly.
Okay, instantly.
Yeah, I'm
Fair
down
enough.
with the sickness now. I'm so excited.
After you have sat through those 2 opening bands, you're going to be so overcome with the sickness that you're going to want to get down with it. Cavs over the Clippers last night, 127-122. So Cavs not playing again until Wednesday night here at home, where they will host the New York Knickerbockers. Alan, my grandfather called Sloppy Joes untidy Josephs. See, I get what's going on there. Somebody else suggested if you're making them with venison, you call them sloppy doughs. I'll do you one better. If you're using dough meat, you know what they call those? Vened daughters. Or not. It's okay. Don't do that. Alan, I'm so glad Disturbed is tonight. I'm tired of hearing you blow them every day. Well, listen, I don't know what to tell you. We're doing a promotion and taking some fans. And tomorrow, yes, I guess if you don't care for them, then tomorrow you'll... Now, since it is traditionally April Fool's Day, and you know what a huge day here on the Alan Cox Show April Fool's Day is, in that once in 15 years I've never recognized it. Tomorrow, I'll just pull the curtain back now. Tomorrow, for this person, will be my 4-hour Disturbed recap show.
Yes.
So it'll just be nothing but recapping that show. And you might say to yourself, how the hell can you fill up 4 hours with that? How the hell do I ever fill up 4 hours with anything? You leave that to me. Alan QR Love My Stuff got ejected from that game last night. There was a big fight, right? You see that? There was a big brouhaha in Detroit. Team-on-team action. And former Cavs coach, current Pistons coach, H.R. Puff and stuff, he got caught up in the melee and ejected. So something to look forward to next time. This guy likes to throw down sometimes. I don't ever recall that happening here in Cleveland. But you can't screw around when you're over there in Detroit, even though they're in brand new digs, relatively speaking. Kat's boyfriend lives in Idaho, and we have a lot of bureau chiefs out there in Idaho. And I'm curious, as you and your boyfriend are both in the EDM community, if you were ever familiar with a guy who went by DJ BTC, a guy whose real name was Matthew Allison. Now, I don't think this guy was taking the world by storm. He's 37, and he's a DJ who, had a couple of day gigs. I don't know if he was it's clearly not a full-time DJ, but this is a guy living out there in Boise. And once they dug into this guy's life, it became abundantly clear why he was living in Boise, Idaho, because they say aside from the DJ stuff, he was a key player in a network of white supremacist and neo-Nazi chat groups.
It's pretty on brand.
These days, if you're really into if it ain't white, it ain't right as your lifestyle, you're kicking it out there in Idaho, where anything darker than ecru will get you talking to. They found this guy now he says, hey, man, you got me all wrong. This is all bull shrimp, and I'm just a video artist. I'm out there doing my thing. I'm out there trying to get on the wheels of steel, the wiki on the ones and twos. But he and a co-defendant are being charged with 15 felony counts, including solicitation of the murder of federal officials and providing material support to terrorists. So they're digging into this guy and saying that by all accounts, friends of his said that he was a really mild-mannered guy, which, again, people need to get their heads around this, right? This notion that, because what do we all make fun of when somebody shoots up his block or whatever. They talk to the neighbor and they go, he was always so nice. I never knew anything. Yeah, it's usually not a guy running up and down screaming and yelling. It's going to do the most damage. It's people trying not to call attention to themselves. Now, again, this is all alleged, but it's not like they don't have reams of information on this guy. But he will be, say it with me, defending himself, because clearly he's a genius, and says that this is all First Amendment stuff. And that's how he's defending himself. Doesn't he know that's going away? Oh, hasn't he been watching the news? First Amendment. You're adorable, this guy. Also there in Idaho, the governor signed a bill into law that criminalizes the public exposure of breasts.
No.
That's what I say.
No.
I don't care for that at all.
Are you saying
Free the nipple.
Burns? I was saying burns.
Yeah, you can walk on Ohio beaches and show your boobs. Well, I think what this is that this is just another one of these things where these states that are really, really trying to stick it to the single-digit portion of the population that identifies as transgender, and they're just casting this very wide net, right? So they've criminalized the public exposure of breasts, including male breasts, altered to look like female breasts, or toys or products that resemble genitals. And this is where the fine people in the great state of Idaho have really gotten their dander up, because this would also include truck nuts.
Oh, thank God.
And so, listen, if that is your form of expression, it's not my form of expression. I think it's ridiculous. But a lot of people like it. And you certainly wouldn't think that the people there in Idaho would cotton to any kind of legislation that would outlaw truck nuts. But it sounds like they might be throwing out the baby with the bathwater here.
I've also heard an argument.
You say what?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
About this bill saying, well, it could penalize people who put certain things on their trailer hitches. I don't think we need to go into that, but there's certain things.
Why do they do that? Just the brand name is Truck Nuts. Everybody knows what you're talking about. Why are you hemming and hawing and dancing around it?
Things people put on their trucks that look like part of a male anatomy.
They call them truck nuts. They're gross.
See, she comes out and says it. The legislature, she comes right out.
Vehicular testicles.
Yeah, there you go.
Trucks that look like part of a male anatomy.
They call them truck nuts. They're gross. They're offensive, and kids on the road see them. So why wouldn't the police get a call and say, that offends me, pull it off the truck? Because now this bill will allow it.
Oh, boy.
Are they going to,
that offends me. Who cares?
Are they going to make, animals wear diapers so that you don't see their hanging testicles?
This is all quality questions. I don't know if that's being asked of the Ohio legislature there.
Listen, I'm all in favor of banning truck nuts just because they're stupid.
I mean, listen, man, they come in a variety of colors. You know, there's women who put the pink ones on their truck.
Nope.
I got it's not for me, but I got no problem with truck nuts.
Nope. For once, I can finally say I agree with something government does, because I hate all of it.
Truckticles, Cat?
Get rid of them. all truck balls gone.
Really?
Get rid of them. No more, what do you call them?
But
the
bumper scrotes. Yeah.
No more. No more.
Why?
Because they're stupid.
Well, but there's a lot of stuff that's stupid out
there.
No.
That's particularly stupid.
If I think it's stupid, I don't put it on my car. Now, do they only, have you ever seen them on like I drive a Ford Fusion? Have you ever seen them not on a truck? That would be funny.
That'd be
truck
funny.
nuts on like a sedan or something,
Or like a Prius.
Listen, you'll remember the quote, and I want, because this comes down, obviously, to people's liberty and things like that. I want everyone to remember the quote. First, they came for the truck nuts, and I did not speak out because I did not have truck nuts. And then they came for the Playboy bunny mud flaps, and I did not speak out because I did not have Playboy bunny mud flaps. Then they came for the Molin Labe bumper stickers, and I did not speak out because I do not masturbate to Guns and Ammo magazine. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I think that's what that quote is. Listen, where does it end? That's what people want to know.
Hopefully with truck nuts. Get rid of them.
They're in the great state of Idaho. They're trying to outlaw your truck nuts.
There must be a lot of truck nuts out there for them to want to outlaw it.
Well, of course.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, it's all white dudes out there, rolling coal.
Yeah.
Listen, it's all stupid. I'm just saying that I don't have them on my car because I don't want them on my car. But if you want to put them on your truck, you should be able to put them on your truck. But out there in Idaho, boy, they are trying to infringe on your liberty. And so who knows what the reaction, well, I can tell you what the reaction is going to be out there in Idaho.
You'll never take my nuts.
Yes, of course. Again, where are...
No. You'll never take D's nuts.
Where are all you dudes with the 3% calf tats when it comes to that? You've been screaming tyranny every time Obama or Biden farted sideways, and now that it's actually here, it's crickets. So I don't know what's going on out there.
You can take my nuts when you can pry them out of my cold, dead fingers.
Off my chrome bumper. Listen, you go to if you're on a road trip and you pull off and you go to a Flying Pilot J or one of these truck stops, you'll see a full-on spiral rack of truck nuts in a variety of sizes and colors. And listen, I'd love to know who invented them because in a certain way they're a genius. I mean, they came up with something that is wildly popular. And if you don't like them, don't put them on your, people love to throw kids under the bus. People love to use kids as, well, how am I going to explain? How are you going to explain? You explain.
Yeah, it's a nutsack. He's got
How
one.
am I going to explain? If you have a son, you just made it 100 times easier, for one thing.
Someday yours are going to hang like that, kid.
They probably won't be painted silver.
They're getting much more realistic, too. Like veiny bastards now.
They are. They've got the ridges in them. Yeah.
Crumpled up skin on the bottom.
Yeah.
Veiny. Because
they kind of started off kind of cartoony. And then you have to think that somewhere along the line, because every novelty item is going to have copycats, somewhere along the line, there was someone who said, I don't think they're realistic enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where I will part ways with the original truck nuts.
Someone's sitting in a boardroom right now pitching, how can we put hairs on them and make it look even more realistic? I feel like the one side hanging lower, Cliff, that was a fantastic idea. I'm happy we updated that. And Jim, great job with the veins. What can we do to make it look more realistic? We have to figure out how to implement pubes.
It is an option, but listen, a lot of people, present company included, don't have any pubes.
Agreed, but you have to have that option for those that do. You can't just have one. It's not one nut fits all.
Mm-hmm. While several people claim to have invented truck nuts, a guy named John Saller claims he was inspired to create them after seeing someone yell, "Show him you got balls," while driving off-road, and he began selling them in 2002. So for 24 years, this country has been beset on all sides by this. I'll show you a little stock photo here on the back of a GMC Yukon. Just a couple of truck nuts hanging there. And there in the state of Idaho, boy, if you were to imagine any state that would try to outlaw them, it certainly wouldn't be Idaho. But again, this is why, because those are the kind of states where everybody gets their undies in a bundle over anything having to do with sex. Recreational, or they want nothing to do with it. So they just cast this really wide net. Who knows? Maybe they'll have a carve-out for truck nuts. Maybe it'll never come to that. But we'll see. And our bureau chiefs in the great state of Idaho, please keep us abreast of what's going on there.
It started with, someone would say they invented it. Oh, yeah, you can show me you got balls. It probably was some farmer somewhere hung a pig sack off the back of his truck to be funny.
Maybe so.
And they're like, oh, that's a brilliant idea, Jim Bob. Let's market this.
Alan, what about bras on Fieros or car eyelashes?
That car eyelash thing pisses me off.
Yeah,
too.
but cars are such an extension of somebody's personality. You see Jeeps with the little rubber ducks on the dash and its thing. And I'm like, man, all of that to me, the fewer things my car has in it, the happier I am. So that's just me. But some people,
antlers on it.
Yeah, they want their car to be like a rolling testament to their personality. And I go, man, it's your car. You do whatever you want. As long as it's not causing problems, right? As long as if I'm near you, I can see around you or whatever. But whatever. People are out there doing it. Ethan in Rochester, my stepdad has truck nuts on his truck, and one time it got stuck in the mud. Looked like somebody wiped the wrong way. Yeah, well, listen. It's the cost of doing business, right? You see the Sex Pistols are coming? This band, and no Johnny Rotten, of course, but this band has not toured in the better part of 2 decades. First U.S. tour in 23 years. Now, the frontman they have, his bona fides are solid. A kid named Frank Carter. I shouldn't say kid. He's their age, I think. He fronted a band called Gallows for a long, long time, who are a legit English punk band. Other than that, it's Jonesy, it's Paul Cook, it's Glenn Matlock, and it's Frank Carter in front. Sex Pistols coming to Cleveland this fall. I already got my tickets. It is Friday, October 3rd at the Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for all the info on it. But you will get my first pair of tickets this week. So if you want to go, Sex Pistols in October. I'll be caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
27-year-old woman has been arrested for posting videos of her having sex with a chihuahua online. What do you think should happen to her?
Never see the light of day ever again.
Lock them up forever.
Yeah. Forever.
Now, some people would make the argument, dogs are always humping legs. Is the dog really upset at
So
this?
the dog was asking for it?
You should have seen the collar it was wearing. I'm just saying.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Major League Baseball.
The final pair of Elite Eight matchups tip off tonight in the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament, with number 1 Texas and number 2 TCU meeting at 7 p.m. Eastern, and number 1 USC taking on number 2 UConn at 9 p.m. Eastern. USC notably without injured superstar Juju Watkins out for the rest of the tournament, while UConn is riding the hot hand of their star, Paige Beckers. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Since the dawn of baseball, countless players have heard the call of destiny.
Judge strikes one. Otani sends one in the air. All schemes, strikes out 11.
Witness the heroes of the game in ballparks nationwide. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball. Trademarks used with permission.
Raising Cane's. Marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
From the very beginning, iHeart has believed in me.
Even now, I still get excited when I hear one of my songs playing on the radio.
Thank you, iHeartRadio, for honoring the truth I've fought for in my music.
Because we believe in the power of music. All your favorite artists, all in one place. The free iHeartRadio app.
Hey guys, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen in Menor. Right now they have 2 in stock and on the lot. 2025 VW Taos S4 Motion, which you can lease for just $269 a month. 36 months, 7,500 miles per year with $39.99 due at signing. Ask them about the customer bonuses running through April. You can get online and look around, driveclassicvw.com, or stop by Classic Volkswagen out there on Tyler Boulevard in Menor. Classic Volkswagen, where the drive begins.
Payment plus tax, tag, title, registration, and dock charge. Closed end lease with 7,500 allowable miles per year with approved credit. 20 cents per mile thereafter. No security deposit required. Subject to credit approval. A disposition fee may be due at lease termination. Subject to credit approval. All leases through VCI. MSRP $28,929. Sale price $28,267. V21349. Offer ends 4/30/2025.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In this week's Marketers Report, Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the ELF signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Swung on, hit high, away, back to right, goal! Jose Ramirez being serenaded by 30,000.
Never miss a moment with the Guardians Ballpark Pass presented by Planet Fitness. For just $54, including all fees, you'll get a standing room only ticket to every home game in April, including opening day on April 8th and matchups against the Yankees, Red Sox, and Twins. You can enjoy the games from locations around the ballpark, including Heritage Park. Get your ballpark pass today at CLEGuardians.com.
Keno fans, it's bracket season. And Keno has a bracket challenge that's all about making the most of non-winning Keno tickets. Earn a comeback victory during the inaugural Keno Bracket Challenge Second Chance promotion. Just open up your Ohio Lottery app, scan eligible non-winning Keno tickets in your My Lotto Rewards account, opt into the promotion, and boom, you're entered. Take your shot during any of the 3 rounds of drawings from March 17th through April 7th for a chance at weekly winnings of lottery cash and a $25,000 top prize. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Buy 5, save 5 deals are back at Meijer. Buy 5 or more and save $5 or more when you mix or match on items like Dannon Light and Fit Greek Yogurt 4-packs, 5-pound bags of Halo Mandarin oranges, assorted varieties of Kraft cheese, and select 12 packs of Coca-Cola and Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable. Saving money during the Meijer Buy 5, Save 5 sale makes grocery shopping a good deal better. Exclusions apply. See all deals in store or in the Meijer app.
Hey, Ohio State fans. While others cut corners, like that team up north, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is Buckeye-level quality. We train hard and treat every day like game day. We're always quick, but never rushed. And you can stay in your car while our experts do the work. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Visit valvoline.com/Buckeyes to find your nearest location and access exclusive fan savings.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and The North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, April 11th through 13th in Avon.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like asterisk-free checking, an account that's filled with features, but no monthly maintenance fee, no matter what. Because it's your money, right? So we think you should keep it. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
From the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Studios, we say yes.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's called the cellular phone, and it's being heralded as a revolution in technology.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Best place to shoot me an email. Need Alan Cox Show stickers or want to fire off a strongly worded letter? To any of us here, you can certainly do it there. iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on the app from out of state, tell me where you do that. This map over my shoulder. You don't see it in the current frame, but you know that it's there. If you're a fan of this program, it's not there by accident. It is there so that when people are touring the radio station and they come through here and invariably will ask me, hey, what is that map? I'll say, well, those are people who listen to this program. And they'll say, what program is that? And then I'll point to the monitor behind me. I'll say, the one with my name on it. And they'll go, oh, who's that? And I'll say, that's me. And they'll say, who are you? And I'll point back to the monitor and they'll say, who's that? And then I realize I'm in the room all by myself.
A completely infinite loop.
It was a really weird Tyler Durden moment that I had. Some of our recent additions to the map, Olivia and Nathan are new bureau chiefs in Boston, Massachusetts. Cynthia listens in Cincinnati. Charles is in Huntington, West Virginia. Kevin is in Brooklyn, New York. Brock is in Cumberland, Maryland. Roman is in Seattle. And Aaron is in Nashville, Tennessee. I was reading that Snoop and Dr. Dre are opening a bar in Nashville. And you figure, why not? Everyone else has.
Yep.
But leave no stone unturned. If anybody could get a bar going there in Nashville with what they want to do, he and Dre, the plan that they've got, it would be those two guys. I have yet to go to Nashville. I've never been. I've been to Pigeon Forge. My brother-in-law got married in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, so I've been out Gatlinburg and Dollywood way. But I have yet to go to Nashville.
It's an awesome city, but they've changed it a ton over the years.
Kind of like Austin, probably. I imagine it's like Austin.
Very much
right,
so.
Yeah.
It's turned into like the bachelorette party capital of the world. Like it's like Vegas. Now there's all these party buses flying around.
Because it's Nasty Rob.
Yes. That is exactly...
These boots are made for walking, Rob.
What's ruined Nashville. Exactly that. It was fun before because, listen, I'm a notorious non-country music lover. But every single bar at 10 a.m. has entertainment on the stage. Some of it's blues, some of it's rock, some of it's country, but every single bar on that stretch has music starting. It's awesome. It's a fantastic town. And the last time I went, I was like, oh, boy.
Well, it's also blown up because a lot of people, a handful of friends of mine in the biz have decamped from L.A. to Nashville because they're kind of trying to see the writing on the wall. Our friend Steve Byrne is there. My buddy Kevin Mano, who was on MTV for a long time. I mean, they've moved. And a friend of mine he's been a session guitar player for 30 years. He was one of the first guys I knew who picked up and moved to Nashville years ago because he was like, this is where things are going to blow up. So he got there before all that happened, and he's been working steadily ever since. But I've just never made it out there.
It's a great...
I just haven't,
It's definitely worth going to. I mean, just the stuff that's there, you know what I mean? Like, you get to see studios, and I mean, it's just a cool town. Music Row's cool. Like, there's a lot of stuff to see that makes it worthwhile, for sure.
But it's only a matter of time, once something becomes like the new hot spot, it's only a matter of time where it's going to kind of get Disney-fied, for lack of a better term, I guess.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. But I haven't been there. So anyway, we have a handful of bureau chiefs there in Nashville. Buffalo. Our bureau chiefs in Buffalo, New York. Roger is the one there in suburban Buffalo who is very diligent and sends me brand new Lindy Korn ads. And she's not always doing, it's kind of either feast or famine with Lindy Korn television ads there in Buffalo. She's, of course, the discrimination and kind of human resources attorney that runs these advertisements. And I love playing them because the scenarios that she gives are kind of not increasingly demented, but you get the sense that maybe she's kind of trying to come up with things. The new one I love because she's just pared it down. Advertising is usually sold in 60s and 30s, sometimes 15s and 5s. For somebody who just wants to get a little jump on television before Jeopardy comes on, you buy a 5 or a 10 or a 15. Lindy Korn, she's gotten in with a brand new one. This is clearly a 5, and she's dispensing with all pretense. She's like, I'm not going to give you this weird scenario. I'm just going to get right to it, right?
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Yeah, listen, she's a proud Jewish woman. She's sitting there in her commercials with the Star of David on, and she's always color coordinated with her hair, with her clothing and her jewelry and all that. And she cuts a very imposing figure. I bet there's nobody in the greater Buffalo metropolitan area in a situation that needs a lawyer who wants to F around with Lindy Korn. But she's gone from somebody, she came back to find a rat in her toolbox. Is that what it was? The female machinist.
Yeah.
We've gone over these.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
That's a lot of does this sound familiar? Now, I think wisely she left does this sound familiar out of have you ever been called a cheap Jew at work? Everybody puts a little bit of themselves into their work. And I'm sure Lindy Korn has met not only as a female, but as a Jewish woman, has probably met with no small, even in the attorney world, she's probably met with no small amount of discrimination on those two fronts.
She didn't say, does this sound familiar at the end of that?
She did not. It's like a 5-second thing. She gets in and out.
Oh, all right.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy.
Okay, all right.
Now, here's my question. What if I were there in the greater Buffalo metropolitan area and I had an issue and I walk in and I said, I was called a cheap Jew at work. And she goes, have you ever been the victim of anti-Semitism before? It's making a comeback in this country. So it's not like she's, she's shooting right down the middle there. But what if I were to say, I'm not Jewish? Do I have a case? I was still called a cheap Jew at work.
Oh, boy, that's a...
Because she didn't ask. Have you experienced anti-Semitism in the workplace? Didn't say that. She said, very specifically, has this happened to you? And if I went in and said, it has. Now, not that I'm lying. If somebody walked in and said, yes, I have been called this because someone thought I was Jewish and I am not.
I suppose you can bring suit for anything, right? So if someone did say that to you with the assumption that you were...
I'm not getting a frivolous vibe off of Lindy Korn.
No, I'm just saying, to answer the question, yes, I think that you could.
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors. And when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
So again, thank you to Roger, who's always diligent enough to, he'll tell me, email me about how one of those will come on, and he will leap from the couch to record it from me, much to the consternation of his wife and children. So I appreciate him jumping on that familial grenade for me there in Buffalo, New York.
I just love what a wide net she cast in the beginning, right?
That's
Like one of the first ones,
saying.
like what was it? Like, did your boss ever give you a hug?
Hugged
you felt
her.
them boobs?
Yes.
And
Her
felt
boss
sexual in nature?
Hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
That's happened probably to every woman on this planet of a certain age.
Where you get like the human mammogram.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
See, I'm not a hugger, so it's just like it would not occur to me. But yeah, there's a lot of people that probably use that as a pretense for doing that.
But then you get all the way down to if someone threw a rat in your toolbox. Like she's running out of ideas.
Well, called a fruitcake at the Christmas party.
That was another one?
Again, a lot of this could be mistaken, cross.
That after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
What if someone just offered him a piece of fruitcake like it was
And
the
this
holidays?
is what I'm saying, too, and I am in no way impugning her reputation or trying to poke holes in her scenarios. However, the sexual favors one. What if they were talking about party favors? You know, like tiny penis straws?
Yep.
I don't know if those have ever been called sexual favors, but party favors take many, many different forms. To your point about the bachelorette party overload there in Nashville.
Yep.
There's probably entire strip malls full of places that will sell you penis straws and truck nuts. People were blowing me up in the break. They were like, hey, we should really kind of, Kimberly said, truck nuts are moronic. It's not like they have roof hooters. And I wrote her back. I said, patent that immediately if that doesn't exist. Now, that might be something that doesn't work. See, truck nuts are below the eye line. Whether or not you think they're stupid or not, they're not going to obstruct anyone's view. Roof hooters, and I really want it to work just because I love the name so much. I'm just working completely backwards with those. Somebody else suggested they're going to invent the van clam. I'm like, well, that's going to end up just being like a whistle, right? You're going to hear like a high-pitched whine.
A whistle.
As you're driving around.
The whistles got woo.
That's what it's going to be. That same person wants to invent the scooter cooter for Vespas, right?
The whistles got woo.
It's just going to be a high-pitched whine. That's what you're going to hear.
Scooter cooter.
Now, again, don't let me stop you. The entrepreneurial spirit runs long and deep in this country, as well it should. Alan, you think anybody's doing Jimmy Buffett covers at 10 a.m. in Nashville?
Oh, God.
Neither one of us would know that because I've never been. Rob's been there for like what, a conference, like a professional thing or something?
Yeah, I've been there quite a few
radio
times,
thing?
yeah.
Yeah, I've never been.
Yeah, and I don't recall hearing anyone doing that, but maybe I'm sure that somewhere someone is.
Yeah. Stephen, can't you think Lindy Korn is as well known in Buffalo like Misney is around here? It completely, there were some people who were taking me to task, and rightfully so, for the Misney Metal Fest not being on my radar. He did something over the weekend at no class, I believe. And boy, I couldn't be prouder, even though I had nothing to do with it. But I can't keep track of everything. But this guy's no dummy. Alan, what about bumper boobies? Trunk butt. See, again, these are all great. Well, I'm not going to say they're great ideas. These are all ideas. And you never know what's going to take off. Kimberly should be taking roof hooters and plopping them in front of Mark Cuban over there on Shark Tank and see what happens.
I feel like it would have to be, like to your point, it would have to be lower, though. The only person that's going to see them are truckers.
That's why I think that those kinds of things probably haven't been invented. But that, again, there were girls that would put the bra, the leather bralette on the front of their bumper and the eyelashes. But again, those are just in the eye line of the driver.
Let's think. What can you do? Trunk teats.
Trunk teats. I don't know. Bumper mams. Come on in and get your brand new bumper mams in all shades and colors. I spend no small amount of time on Reddit. I used to hate Reddit. Now, mind you, I never go on Alan Cox Show Reddits. And anybody who's ever worked on this program with me, I've told them, don't ever do that because it will murder your soul. That's just fundamentally the tone of a lot of things on Reddit. However, it's like any other platform. If you curate your experience, you can have a lot of fun. And so I find myself, because of some of the subreddits that I subscribe to, always kind of dipping in and leaving answers. I don't really care if people respond. I just throw them there if I'm in the right mood and I'm bored and I'm kind of scrolling through Reddit. Well, they have a generic subreddit that's just called Ask Reddit. And they'll just be random questions. And I thought I had a great answer for one. It's nothing I've mentioned it here before. And I don't feel this way anymore, but it was the first one that came to mind. And so I dropped it over the weekend. The question was, what traditionally unattractive person do you find attractive? And during the first Trump administration, I said, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. There was something about her that I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was her dumb face, or I don't know if it was her. I don't know what it was, but your brain tells you sometimes what you find is attractive. Now, it was a passing fancy, as it turns out. I did come to my senses, but I posted that there, and people went berserk. They went crazy. One person said, so I'm not the only one. I can't stand her, but she's kind of cute. Now, mind you, this is the first name that came to my mind to answer this question. That's not where I am anymore. But a few years ago, I was like, there's something about this Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't know. Somebody else just answered, yuck.
That was me.
This is the first one of either sex I would disqualify just because she's a liar. I mean, calm down, Francis. Who cares?
Yeah.
Sex and lying make natural allies. I don't know what this person's talking about, but there's a reason they got downvoted so much. And then somebody else just answered, I see a lot of messed up responses on here, but that nasty, cockeyed monster takes the cake. So, listen, sometimes you can have a lot of fun in the least likely of spaces. Nobody yelling at each other, keeping it civil. But it's rare that I get to dip in like that and just, you just drop a grenade in and then you walk away and you see what happens. I'm
with you every day, and I'm surprised by that answer.
Right?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, 4 or 5. Maybe it was COVID brain. I don't know what it was. But during the first Trump administration, when she was up there squawking and it was something, she had a good smoky eye. I don't know what it was.
I'm scrolling through Google Images, trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I know.
I have not found
It's impossible
one.
to do. I know. It's impossible to do.
But
I have to own it because I did say it. And I don't know what it is. She's got that wonky eye.
Yeah.
She's the current governor, I think, of Arkansas.
Yeah,
her dad was. And, nobody in politics likes to scream about left-wing Nepo babies. But she's a right-wing Nepo baby.
Even like her
she
headshot.
She lost a lot of weight, too, which is, not my thing. But if you get, too skinny, it's just bone.
She's got, like the eyes of Sloth from the Goonies.
I know.
I don't know what you're doing.
I can't defend it. I cannot defend it. It's just one of those things where that you're kind of taken for a second. But I own it.
I just want to see that moment when you were sitting there on the couch and you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
She's pretty hot.
I know. Maybe she reminded me of someone that made it move years ago. That to me is the most likely explanation. That somebody in the recesses of my brain from... I don't know. My first few years of dating, I took what I could get. You know what I'm saying? Mid-high school, whatever. And so maybe there's somebody in the recesses of my brain that was short-lived in real life, but who jostled something with respect to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Now, again, it was very short-lived. I look at this now and I go, what the hell? I'm like you. I'm like, where is the picture that I could have possibly looked at?
I think I found one.
I don't even think it was a stock photo. I think as I was watching a news conference with her one time, and I was just like, man.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard you say.
I know. I'm telling you.
A news conference during COVID, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and you're like,
It's like the Octomom. Remember the Octomom?
Yeah.
She had
She's
all this.
hotter than her, though.
Well, you could make the case, but people gave me a hard time for that too. Nadia Suleiman, she was the one that cranked out. She was like had spider eggs coming out of her.
Some people have that kink. I don't know.
It's not even a kink. It's just like at the time, she had spent all that money to look like Angelina Jolie. That was the story on the Octomom, and it was like ish, but.
You know what it is?
I think her masturbation videos probably helped me a little bit back then, too. When she had to make money, she had all those mouths to feed.
Yep. Yeah, she did
you can't blame her. She was
Vivid or somebody.
Before OnlyFans, the Octomom was back there going at it, right there in the tub. And she certainly didn't look happy about it. But you're also like, well, she's got all these kids that she's got to take care of.
Man, I don't know. Even that one, I'm struggling with this one now, too. But I guess to your point, then, different. And I think the reason you probably thought Octomom was hot after she did all that work, because she's like attainable Angelina Jolie. Because let's be honest.
But I don't find Angelina Jolie attractive.
Okay, well, I do.
Now, I'm not saying she's not.
Or I did.
I'm saying she's not my type. So
But-
try
but-
to figure all that out.
Yeah, now I'm
throw
just
all that together into a nice little bouillabaisse and tell me what you come up with.
Now I'm just completely lost.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
you should go on there and put share in current day. Except that's not somebody. The question was who's traditionally unattractive or considered traditionally unattractive, who you find. It's supposed to draw everybody out a name from the deepest recesses of their brain so that other people go, what? And to that point, I feel like I really knocked it out of the park.
I've already owned my share thing, and it wasn't that I like looking at these photos. I'm not like, wow, look at Cher. It was what was happening. It was the outfit for what is she, 80?
Yeah.
Like her wearing that, I was like, wow, like that shouldn't look like, she should not look like that.
If I could turn back time.
She did.
I know. Hey, Bill Murray is going back on the road. Bill Murray and his Blood Brothers. There's a lot of actors that have a band. There's the Bacon Brothers. There's Russell Crowe. I don't know if he still goes out there, but there's people come through. Kevin Costner's got a band, and actors will come through with their band. Bill Murray and his Blood Brothers. A couple of his friends, Mike Zito and Albert Castiglia, good Irish boys. And they do like classic rock covers, and they do some originals, and Bill Murray just gets to be Bill Murray, and it's a lot of fun, and they're coming to Cleveland this fall. So I got tickets for you all week. Saturday, November the 8th at MGM Northfield Park. You go to livenation.com if you want further details on the show, but you get my first pair this week. Bill Murray and his Blood Brothers in Cleveland on stage this fall. Good luck. Car 10, they're yours, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
The chance of a lingering shower, otherwise mostly cloudy and breezy for your Monday. Highs in the mid to upper 50s with temps falling into the 40s by evening. Clearing skies tonight with overnight lows in the 30s. For your Tuesday, early clouds leading to some afternoon sunshine, highs in the low 40s.
This report is sponsored by WesBanco Bank, Inc. WesBanco and Premier
it up in the 1920s.
When we're 5 years into Prohibition, the government is starting to go, okay, this isn't working.
I'm Ed Helms, and on Season 3 of Snafu, we're taking you back to the 1920s and the tale of Formula 6. What you probably don't know about Prohibition is that American citizens were dying due to poisoned liquor, and all along, an unlikely duo was trying desperately to stop the corruption behind it. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Snafu, and listen now.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
At Petiti's. Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Right now at Petiti Garden Centers, shop spring patio furniture collections at 40% off plus free setup and delivery. And get a $20 Petiti gift card with your purchase of a Scott's 4-Step program. Petiti's, we're locally grown and family owned.
The Monsters will transform into the Cleveland Perogis Hockey Club on April 4th and 5th in a celebration of Cleveland's pierogi prowess. Cleveland will don special pierogi-themed jerseys as they represent the pierogi pocket of America in a battle with the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Penguins. There will be polka and pierogies aplenty on Friday, April 4th and Saturday, April 5th. Get your tickets now at clevelandmonsters.com.
Raising Cane's is celebrating our golden birthday year. Join the party with golden chicken fingers and a limited edition golden blush puppy that benefits local pet organizations. Get yours while supplies last. See RaisingCanes.com for details. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? And I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real?
You will use the suggestion to enhance your control.
Or what's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way we understand the universe.
Well, we have answers for you in the new podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Cham, as we answer questions about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Listen to Science Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
All that Sarah Huckabee Sanders talk got me thinking about Silver Sun pickups. Big song called Lazy Eye about 20 years ago. Boy, when people talk about, like, what's the band that you thought was going to be massive and they were just kind of there, for me it was Silver Sun pickups. I love these guys. They still tour. They still record. I just thought Silver Sun, and they've had a couple. They had Lazy Eye. They had Panic Switch, you know. But I thought Silver Sun pickups was just going to take the world by storm. And they didn't. But they're great. I love them. But yeah, Lazy Eye, boy, that, ooh. Everybody's beating me up in the break for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Again, that was for a very brief moment.
I don't even know that it's a lazy eye. It's like droopy. Like it's
well,
not.
She's got something. She's looking two different ways. You know what I mean? It was like, you know, there was a kid when I was growing up. I went to school with him from probably kindergarten. I mean, we went K through 8, and then most of us went to Catholic high school. So a lot of kids I went to school with from kindergarten through senior year in high school. This particular kid, probably kindergarten through 5th or 6th grade, maybe. And he had a wonky eye. And I don't know that anybody really figured it out for a while, but when you were in the men's room, people would give him a hard time because they would say that, you know, one half of him was looking at your crank when you were trying to get it going there. And I was like, I didn't care for that. That's kind of mean. Nothing he can do about that.
I don't think it works that way.
It doesn't, but
Yeah,
that, for the purposes of the joke, that's
course,
how it worked.
Of course.
Yeah,
yeah.
And so,
but then again, hold on. What if you close the good one? Does it work that way?
I don't know.
So maybe
Not
that dude
sure.
really was like this whole time. You're like, yeah, you know what? That's not nice. I'm not very fond of that. But the whole time he was actually just checking out your wiener. Like he'd close his right eye and his left eye would be like, boop, and just stare right at what's doing.
Maybe that's why he was constantly giving me thumbs up.
Hmm.
I never thought about it until now. I do have some sperm news, though, for you. Sperm news. As luck would have it, Jessica Simpson in the news because she said to maintain her voice. I don't think I've seen Jessica Simpson perform in a while. I wasn't quite sure what she was doing. If she's back out there doing stuff, I don't know. She made her bones originally as a singer. Right? She was like a pop star 25 years ago. And then she married Nick Lachey. He was a pop star too. And they mostly blew up from reality TV, but she's 44 now. And she had posted a video on Instagram. And again, I don't know if this was a branded post, but she said that her vocal coach recommended that she drink this Chinese herbal drink, which is snake sperm, largely. Now, again, Jessica Simpson, true to form. You know, back in the day, everybody thought she was a big dummy because she thought that Chicken of the Sea was like, that was the big line from that show. Chicken of the Sea was pulled from the ocean or something, you know.
Chicken.
Thought
There's
it was
no
chicken.
chicken
Yeah,
in
Chicken
it?
of the Sea is tuna, right?
Yeah.
They call it the Chicken of the Sea.
There's no chicken in there?
And the video that she posted, they were like, what are you drinking? And she goes, I don't know. My vocal coach told me to drink it. So, you know, again, there's a lot of questions she's not asking that maybe she should have. But and so she looked up the ingredients, or somebody did, and found that it contains snake sperm. She said it's not that different from honey, which leads me to wonder, why not just drink honey? I don't. So maybe this is, but I don't know. So
it's like honey, but more provocative.
Snake sperm.
I guess.
Yeah. But I guess she's got a new album out, and every so often you'll see her pop up in a television show or in a movie, maybe. Wasn't she in the Johnny Knoxville Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah,
Wasn't she Daisy Duke?
She sure was.
Yeah. The movie should have been good. Willie Nelson was Uncle Jesse, and they had everything lined up. Except, as I recall, I think it's because she's not a very good actress.
Didn't have to be.
She looked good.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who look good, but you're like, okay, they've taken maybe a couple of classes.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time.
I mean, it's really going to take me out if you're just there and you're like, oh, or at least don't give you any lines.
She was playing Daisy Duke.
I
Alan.
understand, but the great
thing was never going to win an Oscar.
Catherine Bach nailed it. I mean,
She was there for two reasons. Two very big, perky reasons.
She had some cakes in the back, and she had those. She had them roof hooters.
I was just
up
counting
front.
those two. I wasn't even counting the.
I love
back.
Sean William Scott and Johnny Knoxville. They're so funny. So I like that.
I like them
version.
individually. That's a terrible, terrible movie, though. I mean, it should have been great. They threw a lot of money at it. On paper, you're like, how can this go wrong? Johnny Knoxville at the peak of his powers. Stifler. Still doing stuff. He shows up now in The Righteous Gemstones.
I was going to ask if you were caught up. Did you watch?
I
did
didn't
you watch
last
Sundays?
night. No,
Oh.
but I know that he's shown up because his mom is played by Megan Mullally.
All
And,
I can tell you is if you thought,
more full frontal.
Oh, dude, it's so much better. If you thought that first thing with Baby Billy, those are my privates. If you
Yeah.
thought that was funny, wait.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go.
He may be, when all is said and done, he may end up being one of the funniest comedic characters of all time.
Well, I was just reading a thing last night that said Walton Goggins is currently our greatest American actor. I mean, he's on HBO all night. He's on Righteous Gemstones. He's on The White Lotus. I finally got that Gog in me shirt in the mail.
Did it come in?
That I bought drunk. Yeah. I was going to wear it at the Disturbed show tonight, but I was like, that might be a little off course. So I'll probably wear it to something else. I'll walk around at Sonic Temple with got that Gog in me shirt.
He's so great, man.
He's
Everything
fantastic.
he's in.
He's hilarious.
When is what's the show where he plays Ghoul?
Fallout.
When is that back?
I'm not sure, but
that's a great show
it's
too.
Not but he's unrecognizable in that. I mean, other than because there's so much CGI and prosthetics on him. I don't know when Fallout 2 is.
You
coming.
Still know it's him though. I mean,
you do.
You know,
his voice
he's
is
just
recognizable.
Great. Yeah, this baby Billy scene in the most recent episode, you're gonna there's probably 2 or 3 parts that you're just gonna adore.
Okay. And I know you don't use that word willy-nilly.
No, especially not for you.
You don't use willy-nilly.
Nope.
And you don't use adore in a willy-nilly fashion.
No.
You don't throw that one around.
I know you're not the easiest person in the world to make laugh. So I have a good feeling.
Well,
this will get you a few times.
That show, that's not anybody would take that bet because I laugh at that show nonstop. We were trying to get my daughter on a new show because all she wants to watch is Bob's Burgers in the Great North and Forensic Files. Loves Forensic Files. I was like, we should try to find another. So we got her on Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Great show.
I'm like, finally. Yeah, I'm like, I just want to, because I'll rewatch it. You know, I think I bailed from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, like down the road. It was on 7 or 8 seasons. But a great show. And so now that's the one where if she wants to watch something, I'm like, how about Brooklyn Nine-Nine? When she was younger, I got her on Simpsons, but that kind of fell away. And so thank God. Now in a couple more years, I'll put Veep in front of her. And then we can all be living our best lives.
That was a great show too. I
Oh
love
my
that
God!
show.
But it's wall-to-wall Fs, and you know.
What about like Seinfeld? Like, do you think that's something she'd pick up?
No. I mean, I feel like that's such a 90s microcosm. Yeah. I mean, there's people, like grown people, who can't get into Seinfeld, and I fully understand why.
Curb?
She's 9.
Too much cursing, yeah.
Well, I'm less worried about that and more that because I put her in front of Arrested Development, thinking, because she's got a very good sense of humor, she understands sarcasm, things like that. But I think Arrested Development was too offsides. It just didn't click with her.
Yeah.
Whereas Brooklyn Nine-Nine's a little bit broader, and it's more of like a traditional kind of sitcom-y thing. And
hey, it's Andy Samberg.
The Office?
Yeah, Office too. She loves The Office. Yep. Kendrick Lamar. You know what? I'm jumping around here, but he did I was thinking of the Super Bowl when I was talking about Jessica Simpson, because you might remember she was the one that was part of the infamous Timberlake Janet Jackson Nipplegate Super Bowl halftime show. Super Bowl 38, going back to 2004. This is what upended the broadcasting business, at least as far as this company was concerned. And the FCC was when Janet Jackson showed her nipple at the Super Bowl halftime show. And it was only up there for a millisecond. And if you missed it, they were happy to show it to you and tisk everybody on local news for the next month. But Jessica Simpson was part of that halftime show. P. Diddy was part of that halftime show. And Nelly and Kid Rock, but obviously Janet Jackson, Timberlake, they were the ones that got the lion's share of trouble. Well, this past year, Super Bowl this year was about 6-7 weeks ago, and Kendrick Lamar was the Super Bowl halftime act. By people who paid attention to it and people who appreciated what he was trying to do, it wasn't universally liked, but a lot of people thought it was pretty cool. But you go down the road, and this is when they start talking about all of the FCC complaints that come down the road. And Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show, no different. People who have fired off emails, or more likely put pen to paper and fired off letters to the Federal Communications Commission. About 135 million people watched. So 125 people filed letters. It's a literal drop in the bucket. It is literally doesn't mean anything. It's completely negligible. But the complaints themselves, you could probably figure them out. You could probably write them by rote yourself. Too much swearing. Why are there so many black people up there? What, which is for white people, that means you're being divisive, right? And he had the American flag up there, blah, blah. People don't like all the crotch grabbing.
Was there a lot of crotch grabbing?
I don't recall that.
I don't remember any crotch grabbing.
And I think Team Drake got out there too, because there were a number of letters that specifically mentioned they didn't care for Kendrick Lamar's personal vendetta against Drake.
That's not an FCC violation.
It's certainly not, but people want to be heard, and they go, well, I guess this is where I'm supposed to do it. Because they're trained now. I mean, you go back far enough, there was nobody writing the FCC after the Super Bowl halftime show. It was the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake thing, where true to form, she took all the heat. I mean, he was the one to pull it off, but he kind of emerged pretty much scot-free. And so, again, 125 letters. It's literally negligible. But the FCC logs these, and they catalog them. My younger kids did not need to hear and see this. Some people, they got nothing else. They go right to the kids. For the next Super Bowl, please consider hiring musical entertainment that is family-friendly and not socially or politically centered.
You're so dumb.
Good luck with that.
I mean, come on. Like, what? Whatever.
It would be a nice change, writes somebody else, to have entertainment that truly shows what America should be. Family, country, decency, and respect. Ah, yes, the 4 pillars of American life in 2025. So, listen, you can't blame these people for not being plugged into pop culture, but...
So looking back at it all these years later, the Nipplegate, don't you think that was set up? Like, it happened on purpose, right?
Oh, I think they copped to that.
But I mean, the fact that it had a big clamp on it, did they cop to it?
I think that they did. They were like, this was not an accidental thing.
The ton of jewelry on the nip.
She had a nipple shield.
Yeah, you don't just do that because
it was planned to do that.
Right. That's what I mean. Like that type of decoration is not because you plan on keeping it covered.
That's right.
I don't know, man. The whole thing is so stupid.
Well, that was when the FCC, though, decided that was the perfect opportunity to start using radio and television stations as piggy banks.
Yeah.
And so they basically took every opportunity that there possibly was to really clamp down. Now, again, it's not the FCC's job to clamp down on content. It never has been. But they took it upon themselves, and that's pretty much what the modern-day FCC is known for, is content moderation. Now, in the age of social media and Facebook and all these social media companies that have entirely abdicated the notion of content moderation, that's kind of gone out the window. Some people wrote letters to complain about Serena Williams' part in the halftime show because she was doing the Crip Walk.
Oh, God.
And they didn't like her promoting gang affiliations. I mean, it is called the Crip Walk. So but that means that that's somebody who knew what it was and still had a problem with it. Most people wouldn't even know what that was.
Then there was all the fake outrage about, like, her half-brother was killed by a Crip, and the fact that she would do that was so disrespectful. And just everybody just needs something to bitch about.
Well,
that's the problem with everything today, man. Social media.
But by comparison, 125, that's not much. They got 103 complaints last year. They got 1,300 for Shakira and J-Lo. But Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson, they got 540,000 complaints. Of course, because it was a boobie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the outline of a boobie. It wasn't even like the nipple was clamped. Boobs. And so 500,000 people filed complaints that year.
And that just opened the
FCC.
floodgates, like you were saying, with the FCC, man. They
Really
cracked
did.
down on everything.
Now,
go ahead.
I have to hope, by the way, that Browns fans have seen the ChatGPT Super Bowl predictions. ChatGPT cranked out what they think will be the next 75 Super Bowl champions. Now, not only is this extraordinarily optimistic because we'll all be torched off the planet in 75 years, but for the sake of argument, let's say that they're right. ChatGPT, they've got the Kansas City Chiefs winning the Super Bowl next time. And you've got to go down the list here quite a bit until you get to the Cleveland Browns. But ChatGPT predicts a Cleveland Browns three-peat.
Wow.
In the years 2077,
oh God,
2078, and 2079.
Well, I'll be dead.
Yeah, that's when, according to ChatGPT. Now, again, I don't know what it's using to come to this conclusion. People just hear now AI and ChatGPT and they go, ugh! So it's interesting from that perspective. I was pleased to just see the Cleveland Browns on here at all. But the three-peat is what ChatGPT is predicting. So if you can hang on until 2077, Rob can't because the death clock told him he only had a few years left.
Yep.
The death clock told me that I have 40 years left. I'll be gone too. This would I would have to live to over 100 to enjoy the Cleveland Browns Super Bowl three-peat, and they're not even my home team. But Cleveland Browns fans who are, let's say, being born now might really, if this is correct.
Imagine the kids that are born in like 2060 something. It'll be like that Patriot dynasty. Like they never knew how much the Cleveland Browns suck. Like it's just like, oh, this is the greatest team ever. My team wins the Super Bowl every year. This is fantastic. Not knowing the pain and suffrage of Clevelanders everywhere. Speaking of,
when I lived in Pittsburgh, it was real easy to be a Steeler fan. But it wasn't before that, and it wasn't after that.
Did you see the Haslam quote? He finally spoke about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, he said we made a mistake.
Yeah, that's a big deal coming from him, man.
But is it at this point?
Of course it is.
He should have said it after year one.
I agree, but he didn't. And now they're saying something, which means, I mean, imagine that's still your guy for 2 years, right? $46 million a year, and the owner of your team is basically like, I thought we had the quarterback. We didn't. Gave up a lot of draft picks to get him, so we dug ourselves a hole. I mean, that dude still plays for you.
But that's why they're doing it, to stick it to him.
No, I know that. But I mean, what are they going to? Are they going to try to keep? Are they trade him? Keep him? What? Like,
I don't know.
Something's going to happen. Like an owner doesn't go out and say that kind of stuff about his quote quarterback, franchise quarterback, and keep him. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
He says the entire organization decision ends with D&I, so hold us accountable.
Yeah, wasn't there a blurb over the weekend that they were talking to Dak Prescott?
I think they've been talking to anybody and everybody with a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But I don't know like what that solution's going to be. People were saying that it was going to be Aaron Rodgers. That's obviously not.
They also added ChatGPT's predictions of everything that will happen before the Cowboys win a Super Bowl.
I love that.
NFL adds the London Monarchs and the Toronto North Stars as expansion teams in 2028. In 2040, they add the Mexico City Serpents and the Sydney Outlaws. Teams begin implementing AI coaching assistants. 2055, the NFL begins hosting the Super Bowl at neutral sites around the globe, including Tokyo, Berlin, and Paris. And then 2071, the Cleveland Browns become the first team to three-peat. And then 2085, the first AI head coach is hired by the New York Jets. All that before the Dallas Cowboys, according to ChatGPT, win a Super Bowl.
I got to be honest. I actually buy into the AI assistant coach thing big time.
Well, that just means it's.
I think it's probably happening now, right?
Yeah.
Like just pumping a bunch of information into a computer and telling you exactly what you need to know about your draft order. Yeah, man, I can see that.
It's Moneyball removing the humans from it.
Right.
Yeah.
Just pure data.
Oh, there you go. What's going to happen? The Cleveland Browns football in the next 50 years.
Football on the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football on the way.
All right, want to go see your Cleveland Monsters? Let's pivot, shall we, from football to what really matters, hockey. Your Cleveland Monsters, the final game of the regular season. It's Fan Salute Night. Saturday, April 12th, over there at the Rocket Arena. I got 4 tickets for you. It's the Monsters taking on the Toronto Marlies. Final game of the regular season. If you haven't gotten to a Monsters game yet, or even if you have, never a bad time. ClevelandMonsters.com for all the details. 4 tickets for you. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Our phone screener, Crystal, put a can of Coke in the fridge this morning. It is now gone. Somebody stole it. We're on a mission to find out who it was. Keith Kennedy just came in here. You have a theory?
100% it's Hotchkiss. That man steals everything in here.
So the main boss, you think, stole Crystal's
I don't even have to
Coca-Cola?
ask him. With 100% certainty it's him. He has stolen my protein drinks. He'll drink those. He feels because he's in the position that he's in that he's entitled to do that. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, people paid for that. And he's like, well, it's just a can of Coke. I'm like, you know what we pay people around here.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Greatair.com.
When you're hurt or sick, your first instinct is to turn to a doctor or a hospital for help. There, you expect to receive proper treatment and medical care. When a healthcare professional fails to provide an acceptable level of care, it's considered negligence. If you or someone you love is the victim of medical malpractice, call or visit Nuremberg Paris online for a free consultation. Nuremberg Paris, fighting for the injured since 1928.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Shinedown.
The next Shinedown record, which is actually going to be our 8th studio album. We've been working on this record for over a year now. We've got it almost ready to go. So we're obviously excited to announce the record.
Listen to Shinedown's music, including the song 365, on the free iHeartRadio app.
Change can feel like a lot. But with WesBanco and Premier Bank joining forces, it means even more for you. More enhanced products, more helpful tools, and with 155 years of trusted experience, more ways to turn goals into reality. Your bank is evolving, and so are your opportunities. Premier Bank is becoming WesBanco. Expect even more. Visit wesbanco.com. WesBanco Bank Inc. is a member FDIC.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
What makes Mr. Hero so special? For starters, we've been a staple right here in Northeast Ohio for almost 60 years. The taste and quality of our food has customers hooked. Oh, and of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
Hey, it's Rover. Tax season is here, and what better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows from Universal Windows Direct. And with their tax time sale, you can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. And pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years. And this month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Call 216-243-6648 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Individual results may vary. Prescription required. Actual price depends on product and plan purchased. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
You've noticed your hair is thinning out. Or maybe you've noticed your game in the bedroom is getting a bit cold. Let's make this real simple. These are normal things that happen to lots of guys at some point. And through Hims, getting help couldn't be more, as we said, simple. The process is 100% online, so you just have to answer a few simple questions, and a medical provider will determine if treatment is right for you. For your hair, that means access to a range of doctor-trusted treatments designed to help you regrow hair in as few as 3 to 6 months. And for your more intimate moments, that means access to treatments made to give you a boost in the bedroom, like Viagra, Cialis, and their generic counterparts, which can cost up to 95% less through Hims. If prescribed, treatment is shipped right to your door. A few clicks, and you're dealing with these things before they become a thing. So simple. Find your hair loss and ED solutions today at Hims.com. That's Hims.com. HIMS.com.
Huntington is banking that just clicks.
Like early pay, moving up payday so you could get your money faster, up to 2 days faster. And there's no cost. It's your money, right? So stop playing the waiting game. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney. Direct deposit and eligibility requirements apply.
Keno fans, it's bracket season. And Keno has a bracket challenge that's all about making the most of non-winning Keno tickets. Earn a comeback victory during the inaugural Keno Bracket Challenge Second Chance promotion. Just open up your Ohio Lottery app, scan eligible non-winning Keno tickets into your My Lotto Rewards account, opt into the promotion, and boom, you're entered. Take your shot during any of the 3 rounds of drawings from March 17th through April 7th for a chance at weekly winnings of lottery cash and a $25,000 top prize. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
From the very beginning, iHeart has believed in me.
Even now, I still get excited when I hear one of my songs playing on the radio.
Thank you, iHeartRadio, for honoring the truth I've fought for in my music.
Because we believe in the power of music. All your favorite artists, all in one place. The free iHeartRadio app.
If you've been dreaming about upgrading your kitchen but thought it was too expensive or complicated, Northeast Factory Direct has made it easier and more affordable than ever. You can get a complete 10x10 kitchen cabinet set for just $25.99. That's right, high quality kitchen cabinets for just $25.99 with all the features you'd expect from luxury brands. And these cabinets are in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Just make an appointment with one of their designers, bring in some basic measurements of your space, and sit back and relax. Visit Northeast Factory Direct in Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, or North Canton, or check them out online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and The North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, April 11th through 13th in Avon.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts will take the world by storm.
The world has never faced a threat this big. And you're gonna help me stop it.
Us?
Why, you got someplace to be?
On May 2nd,
Avengers are gone. No one's coming to save the day.
their time
I think we could be the people that are coming.
has come.
Being the hero, there is no higher calling.
Let's do this.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts. Only theaters May 2nd. This film is not yet rated.
From the all-new Avon Lake Ram Studios, we say yes.
The buzzer. The home of the buzzer. The buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Send me a text. A lot of good guests over the next week or so. Our buddy Bill Squire is going to be back on the show on Wednesday. He's got some shows coming up this weekend. We'll catch up with him. The great Gene Simmons is back on the show later this week as well. He is on that solo tour. A lot of those dates in April and the back half of May got canceled. But the Cleveland show's still intact. That is May 18th, maybe, out at MGM Northfield Park. So we'll catch up with Gene Simmons. Our buddy Don Jameson will be back in the room on Friday. He's doing the weekend at Funny Stop, down in Cuyahoga Falls. Ed Helms going to be on the show. Eric Andre, both of them pimping podcasts. Now, the former of which I'm hearing a promo for a lot. Ed Helms has a podcast called We Just Played the Promo. And now I can't remember the name of it.
Did we really? The only one I ever hear is the one with that guy who's like,
hello.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about it.
The Ed Helms podcast is called Snafu. And so we'll have, I usually don't have people on to pimp their podcast, but I like Eric Andre and Ed Helms a lot. I've had Eric Andre on over the years. I've never had Ed Helms on. So Eric Andre has a podcast called Bombing with Eric Andre. Both of them, of course, available on the iHeartRadio app. So there's that. Who won the Monsters tickets, Kat? We have a name for that?
Yes, we do.
Who won?
It is Jamie Nay of Cuyahoga Falls.
Jamie Nay?
Yep.
That was another promo I heard. Anyway, congratulations. I will have those tickets all this week as well for the last regular season Monsters game against Toronto. And one of the other promos I heard earlier was the Monsters doing pierogi night, or they're going to be dressed as the Cleveland Pierogis. That's this
hilarious.
weekend, right? This weekend, the 4th and 5th, they're going to be rebranded with the jerseys and everything, celebrating Cleveland's Polish-American roots with a weekend of pierogi pride. I think the line in the promo that jumped out at me was, celebrating the pierogi pocket of America, implying that that's somehow another name for Cleveland. You could certainly make a case for it. I've never heard the area being referred to as the pierogi pocket. I know they've got that. We used to live in Ohio City. We did most of our shopping over at the West Side Market, and they had the pierogi palace. As my wife is 110% Polish, she loves pierogis. It's not my thing, but I know around here people love them. So Monsters know exactly what they're doing, rebranding as the Cleveland Pierogis this weekend. They're going to have the Chardon Polka Band performing at both games. I mean, listen, man, they're, you know, to mix my sports metaphors, this is a home run for the Cleveland Monsters.
They are going all in, aren't they?
Alan,
Yeah.
I have a fun fact for you. I can't help but share
This
it.
better be fun. I'm telling you right now, Kat.
The first ever
better.
pierogi sale in the United States of America was in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
Another random cat.
So yeah,
I mean, it's not really a cat fact. I shouldn't
not
throw that at you. Yeah,
I'm
but
not surprised though, I guess, but
Yeah.
yeah.
you
we
mean
love our
nobody came up with, I mean,
pierogies.
They just called it
1928.
something else.
the first one sold was in Cleveland?
Yeah, in the late
called as-
1920s, May
As
1928.
called that.
I mean,
guaranteed someone sold a dumpling or something elsewhere.
Well, here's my thing, though. As a young Irish boy in the city of Chicago, when I was growing up, it was this whole one of the facts about Chicago is they said the only city in the world that has more Polish people in it than Chicago is Warsaw. So cities like Chicago and Cleveland, obviously they're bona fides with Eastern European people and Polish people are they're well documented. But it can't be that the first time a pierogi was ever sold.
Documented sale. The first ever
Oh, what does that mean?
documented
That somebody wrote it
sale.
down?
Yeah, I guess.
Before that, they were giving
handing them out. They were
handing
free.
them out, yeah.
I learned this about a week ago, but no, actually, they may actually have been giving them for free because apparently there was somebody who was giving away to unemployed steelworkers around here.
Oh, well, that was nice.
Yeah.
So giving back to the community, I guess, as it were. Okay.
It's amazing to
I
me.
love
that
to
the-
make a
Documented pierogi sale. No, and somebody, by the way, after that pierogi was documented, somebody thought to document that fact.
Yeah.
Somebody there was taking contemporaneous notes. Say what, Rob?
I was saying the thing that's odd to me is that this is where the first was sold, but nobody pronounces it properly.
Right. So we've gone over this. So it's pierogi.
Pierogi, yeah.
Pierogi. But you understand why it would turn into pierogi.
Of course I
yeah,
do.
it's like where everybody says gyro. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
no, but I mean,
exactly.
after a while, language is a fluid thing. But anyway, the Chardon Polka Band will be playing this weekend. A limited edition Cleveland pierogi merch will be available. And don't miss the pierogi pop-up in Public Square featuring free pierogis. Now, I wonder if they'll be documenting those. Probably not because they're free. So there's no sales to document.
The first free pierogi handed out in Cleveland on 3/31 at 3:57 p.m.
25, come celebrate. So anyway, I that jumped out at me in the Monsters promo. But you best believe that pierogi's jersey is probably, that thing's going to show up on eBay for $1,000. Not like there's just one of them, but I mean, you know, it's got to be some kind of collector's item, right? I would think. If you're going to one of the Monsters games this weekend. The first documented sale of pierogis took place in Cleveland, Ohio.
Did they say what flavor?
No, I don't think
Strawberry rhubarb.
I'm packing up my things, I'll soon be leaving. I'm going to Polka Town. It was there I met a girl one evening. Now I'm Ohio bound. Our wedding bells will ring down in Cleveland. That's the place where I intend to settle down and listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
Now, it can't be easy, by the way. Some people are dunking on whoever created the logo. But it can't be easy to create a cartoon pierogi. Like, what do people expect?
I thought it was exactly what it would
Me
look
too.
like.
Yeah, it's just like kind of a beige lump.
Yeah.
And, yeah, so I'm not sure on what they're dunking.
A little plump in the center.
Okay, so what is, Rob, what you make your own?
I do.
What is the best, in your estimation, what is the best pierogi flavor?
I like the cabbage, but the potato and cheese are fantastic.
Yeah, this is why nobody's clamoring for Eastern Europe. With all due respect to Kat and her mom and dad.
Not a huge cabbage fan,
Well,
which
cabbage
is,
is
like,
delicious.
blasphemous. I mean,
Oh,
I'll
it's so
eat
good.
it, but potato and cheese is great. What
Yeah,
were you saying, Alan?
No, I was just going to say, like, I like cabbage. You know, I grew up eating, you know, because my grandmother was German, so she was making that stuff. She never made pierogi, but she would make, like, the buttered noodles and the dumplings and all that kind of stuff. And again, that's where I developed my non-love of that food, but very, very popular among the other members of my family. On the Irish side, you get the cabbage, stuffed cabbage. That's fine. It's okay. But again, it wasn't like my go-to. As a kid, on the culinary angle, I was so envious of my friends. Because again, I went to school with either Irish kids or Italian kids. I was so envious of my Italian friends. Just, oh God, there'd be parties or sleepovers or whatever, and the house would just smell like it was just a hug. And an Irish household smelled like farts because of what was cooking there. It just did. And again, we weren't too closely tethered to our ethnicity, so it wasn't like we were always, cooking something in the house. But my Italian friends growing up, this is, I'm sure, what your house was like, at your grandma's or your parents'.
Yeah. Every morning, when I lived with my grandmother, every morning, I mean, you would smell what we were having for dinner that morning when I'd get up.
Yeah.
6:30, she'd already be frying meatballs.
Yeah.
It was great.
Our buddy Sebastian Maniscalco has a whole bit about that. His whole worldview is from an immigrant family or whatever, and talks about his grandmother in the basement with, like, stirring a giant pot with her forearm and, that kind of thing.
That's very, very true. I mean, there you
That's what
go
I'm
with
saying.
that second
That's-
kitchen
yeah.
thing, right? That's
Oh,
completely real to life. Like, that was every day. My grandmother, you could, and you knew what you were having. You're like, oh, good, we're going to have this tonight.
Will documented pierogi sale be on 2 hours to midnight this Saturday? No, we're actually getting preempted. So it begins. Saturday night, we're getting preempted by a West Coast Guardians game. So no metal show this Saturday night. I know it's Monday, and that's probably not even on your radar yet, and rightfully so. But I'm mentioning it since somebody else mentioned it. Taco pierogi, prune pierogi, apricot pierogies rule, says Rob, with a little powdered sugar. Yeah, but that's the sweet as opposed to the savory.
Right.
I think of savory. Otherwise, it's just a dessert. When somebody talks about pierogies, I think they're talking about dumplings with meat in them or cheese or, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had a sweet pierogi, but I definitely would love one.
I
It's
have.
kind of
My-
like a dumpling. I've had those. So.
My grandmother used to make the prune ones.
Prune.
Oh, cool.
My dad's mom.
Keep everybody regular in the house?
Oh, just my grandfather liked them. I don't know if it was, maybe it could have been for that, but you eat too many of them, you got a problem. But just it's
Yeah, my grandma made those too.
the
They're
flavor.
dumplings though. They're not shaped like pierogies.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us little talkback messages there if you like.
Hey, Alan, it's Eric in Penn Hills, Pennsylvania. Really enjoyed the segment on Friday where you talked about that guy retiring from Ford as he revealed his list of malapropisms he had heard at the office. I used to write down things I heard at work, too. I remember one guy had said, "This is like trying to put a square hole in a round peg." You know what this also reminded me of was the pound cake to English dictionary that you used to keep. If you still have that, I'd love to hear a few of them. If not, I'm still bum-gubbled irregardless.
I would be bum-gubbled to quarp a university that is so vernaciously proggle that even the most Edison student could gobulate.
Honest question. When you wrote this, were you smoking a jazz cigarette?
And a lot of people hit me up. They were like, hey, you said you didn't write things down, but you used to keep the pound cake glossary. And I did. Now, the difference being that guy from Ford, if you were here on Friday and I showed you on the live stream, this guy had he had like 4 decades worth of poster boards, right?
Yep.
Written in like 8-point font. Pound Cake, of course, isn't here anymore to defend himself, but these were well documented at the time. Things that I wrote down over the years that he said that defied the traditionally understood rules of grammar and syntax. Politefully. Outroar was a combination of uproar and outrage. A lot of these we'd have to work backwards. Forwishin. A lot of these, over the time, his tenure here on the show, these became kind of part of the lexicon of people. They'd leave me messages or send texts that would have some of his words in them. Lazion was how he pronounced the word liaison. A lazion. Balsamic, that was a good early one. Instead of balsamic vinegar, balsamic. Trolley horse was what a Charlie horse is when you get that cramp. He called it a trolley horse. There's tons of these. Coffin skate, of sound and mind, instead of sound, mind, and body. On the tip of your lips. I can't think of it. It's on the tip of my lips. Again, none of these are... Bagmitten was one of my favorites. It's the game Badminton, he called Bagmitten. One fatal swoop instead of one fell swoop. Again, a lot of these are just, idioms that not everybody knows.
A lot of those sound right to me, by the way, so I'm just going
to
stay quiet over here.
As a kid, he thought lactose intolerant was black toast intolerant. Which, again, a lot of these, in the aftermath of us giving him a hard time, these things would pop up by other people in memes and things. So you can't hold him accountable for all of it. Staring at someone blanklessly, he pulled that one out. I like that. Some of these I have tried to work into my own life. Anyway, that's a handful. For the people who were like, didn't you have a list? Yeah, I did. Of course, without him here, it's less impactful. But the guy from Ford, he kept copious, to the point where the people who worked with him were like high-fiving each other when he decided to retire. So like, finally, Jesus, we don't have to pucker every time this guy's around. Every time this guy's in a meeting.
When we used to have meetings, they would always use tons of acronyms. And one day I decided to call the guy out and be like, what's that acronym mean? And he didn't know. And then I got called into HR because I hurt his feelings because I made him look like a dumb butt in front of everyone. Hate the show.
Wait, what? What's that acronym mean? I don't know. This is why I'm just glad I don't have to sit in those kinds of meetings. Now, some acronyms are very, very helpful, right? FAST. That's the acronym they give you for the stroke.
Yep.
Right? That's really...
It's face, arm, speech, time to call.
Time to call.
Right?
I think they added some other things, though. They added, is it faster now? They added faster. They added ER.
Oh, they did?
I think. Face, arms, stability, talking, eyes, and react. Call 911
Oh,
immediately.
they definitely added to it. Huh. Makes more sense, right? Because there's more symptoms to it.
Yep. Now, if we really put our heads together, we could come up with Faster Pussycat. If we come up, the great 80s band, if we could come up with a lot of words for the acronym Pussycat, all of which applied to somebody that they're trying to diagnose with a stroke.
I'll work on it for you.
Yeah. Sauerkraut pierogi.
Yeah, sauerkraut and cabbage. They go together in that.
Yeah.
It's delicious. It is my absolute favorite thing. The filling is so good.
Yeah, but sauerkraut and cabbage are the same thing, right?
Yeah, but sauerkraut's fermented.
Yeah.
So it has a different flavor than just cabbage.
Yeah, but that's like putting lettuce and cabbage in the same thing.
No, it's not. Being silly.
But they're both the same consistency, leafy.
It's like putting pickle and cucumber in the same thing.
It's like a red pepper that's raw versus a pickled red pepper, right?
I know, I understand. It's different versions of the same ingredient, though, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It is.
Yeah.
But the consistency is similar. So it's
It's like if you put pickles in your cucumber salad.
Well, you know how I love a pickle-free cucumber salad. I do love my cucumber salads, boy. Some banana peppers and chickpeas and tuna. Yummy. So good. All right, well, listen. I hope, as they get towards the end of the regular season over there at Monster Central, that they are filled to the brim. I hope people are enjoying the Cleveland pierogies all weekend long. That's a big, big thing they're doing over there. I saw our friend Alex Jones is getting a divorce again. I can't imagine that this was... this has to have been inevitable. I think this is his second wife, and given everything that's gone on over the last few years, it was probably only a matter of time before she said, I'm done. But I think that they have kids together, too, and I think that she was primarily concerned for their safety. He made it very, very clear, if you'll recall, that he was concerned for his kids' safety as well in the early days of COVID. Because he was going to string up his neighbors and eat their asses. That was how he put it. It's not how he meant it in the traditional sense, but he wasn't going to let his children starve in what he saw was the coming apocalypse. Really took a leap there. Granted, nobody really knew what was going to happen. He and his second wife have obtained restraining orders against each other. Have to imagine hers came first, and his was just to save face.
Yeah.
There's probably no reason on the planet that he needs a restraining order from his wife. I guess they have a kid. Alex Jones. Jesus, Alex Jones is younger than me. Alex Jones is 51. Well, I guess when you live like that, boy.
Yeah.
All the drinking, all the chili, all the short-term, what do they call that thing when you can't remember? This is very meta right now. Amnesia. They both filed separate petitions for divorce and requested restraining orders against each other. They got married in 2017. He got married the same year that his first wife was given joint custody of their 3 kids because of Alex Jones' behavior. So he has 4 kids. But when this whole Sandy Hook thing blew up and there was the lawsuit and his subsequent judgment against him, it had to only be a matter of time where the current wife was like, I'm out. But boy, his timing couldn't be worse. You owe people $1 billion. I mean, you're never going to come up with that, no matter how much of your crap you sell. No matter how many angel investors swoop in from the right to try to save your ass. And now you got to pay alimony and child support and all that crap. He filed for personal bankruptcy 3 years ago. And now he and his wife are divorcing each other. I mean, if you've ever been divorced, you really don't both need to do it. You both need to sign, but sooner or later it'll sit there and they'll go, all right, you got a divorce. Because they wanted to really make sure that it was done with the quickness, but couldn't happen to a nicer guy, quite frankly.
I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up?
If you had to eat one of your neighbors, do you know? I know you have a new neighbor, but is there one of them where if it really got down to that, you'd look and you'd go, that one?
It'd probably have to be the one that I like the least, right? Like, that'd be the one that you'd have to go for first.
Well, I was taking that completely out. I'm just talking body type. I'm talking about where's the meat going to be.
Oh, you're saying like if everyone was dead at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, and I'm not positive, but I would assume you'd probably want the more muscular of the people because fat...
Yeah, but that's what makes it taste good. That's where the marbling comes in.
You wouldn't actually eat the ass. Because the ass is all fat. It's like eating a boob.
You got a glute in there.
Yeah.
Some hindquarters.
Yeah.
Well, he keeps going. He really wants to get that point across. Hard to believe that his wife finally had enough of that guy, and I guess she held on as long as she possibly could.
It's a great question for all those cannibals out there. Do we want the muscle or do we want to eat the fat person?
Mm-hmm.
The gym rat or the fatty?
Quantity over quality is really what it comes down to, I think.
I guess. You're just eating blubber.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to go see the Insane Clown Posse?
Yes.
There are.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going. In the pantheon of clown posses, the Insane Clown Posse is my favorite. Juggalos, juggalettes. Remember when they thought this was finally going to get them on the radio 20 years ago?
Yeah.
It's called Guts on the Ceiling, and it didn't have your usual string of ICP expletives, but the subject matter was so insane that, but it was their one shot at trying to get on the radio, and it didn't really work for them, but ICP was trying to do their thing. Anyway, the Insane Clown Posse doing a rare non-gathering related show in Northeast Ohio. And it's not far off. It's Monday night, May the 12th. Hot off that Sonic Temple weekend at the Agora. Go to agoracleveland.com if there are tickets remaining. I think that might be close to being sold out, but I'll have them for you all week. ICP at the Agora. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
that door. Oh, stop, honestly. On the ground.
I don't know what this. I don't know what this guy did.
Turn over now. Turn over now.
It's hilarious.
Go on. Turn over now. Yeah. Turn over.
And they blur the faces out, but I mean, he's got like the.
Isn't that the Ronald McDonald outfit?
Yeah, he's wearing the Ronald McDonald outfit, and he's got like the red nose strapped to his face. Because this guy knew he was going to get into some kind of Donnybrook, and he didn't want that red nose falling off. He wanted to stay in character the entire
nose is
time.
Still on as they're wrestling him on the ground.
Yeah, but he didn't have a wig on unless that fell off. Maybe the wig fell off.
Stupid.
I am a clown, stupid.
Have a seat. There's a such thing penalty. Hey, watch your arrest those motherfuckers. You look like a clown. No, I am a clown, stupid. I've been a clown since I was back.
Oh, it looks like he had a
the whole thing, yeah.
It was a flare gun.
Yeah.
So Palm Bay, right there in that east of Orlando. If you're down by Cocoa Beach, Rob knows where Palm Bay is.
Mm-hmm.
His mom lives in Cocoa Beach. Always something popping off in friggin' Florida. This guy's just there.
Does he have reserve costumes in his bag?
No, this is a rerun. This is begun from the beginning again of the video. This is a.
I just want to know
Fox
who did
13 replay.
So was some producer at Fox 13 funny enough to put that horn over the curses?
Yeah.
Oh, then that kid deserves an Emmy.
It's top notch.
That's hysterical.
Really, what else would you use, right?
Well, I don't know.
Would use that.
I would maybe bleep it if it were me. I don't know. I would bleep it, or I would
I'm so glad.
kill the audio. Somebody was smart enough to use that clown horn. You would have done that?
This is. I don't know that I would have done that. No, I love it. It's sharp.
So well done.
His name is Christopher Wayne Marlowe. He's 40, and he's known locally also as Wicked Jesus. You know that you are a bit more than just a colorful character, literally and figuratively, when you have an AKA in your community. When people go, oh, yeah, that's Wicked Jesus. Nobody knows his real name until the cops pull his ID. He was yelling and cursing and out in front of a strip mall there in Palm Bay. And, of course, got pretty belligerent with the local constabulary. He was described by police as homeless. Oh, yeah? And so he's being held on a $5,500 bond.
Imagine if the guy wasn't even really a clown. That was just the only clothes he could have because he was homeless.
That's what I mean. I'm getting that vibe.
He's like, yeah, you know what? What am I supposed to do? I'm just going to wear this nose so it matches, but I'm stuck wearing this goddamn Ronald McDonald outfit.
He had been given repeated warnings by the tenants of this strip mall to not return. The Interchange Plaza Shopping Center, sexy name. And he was running around in this Ronald McDonald outfit, cursing and screaming at people. That's not good for business. And so, yes, he's a local homeless guy who probably gave himself the Wicked Jesus nickname. Sometimes you've got to give yourself a nickname.
Puddles McPissy Pants.
Puddles.
Just felt like a good clown name.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So that's there in Palm Bay, Florida. They've taken this Ronald McDonald, taken this poor bastard into custody, and now he's somehow going to come up with $550, which, given his general demeanor, seems very unlikely. There's a guy who killed, I don't know if this is also Florida, a guy killed his wife's boyfriend, and now he's worried that's going to ruin his relationship with his wife. That's what he told the cops. Oh, I'm sorry. This was in Tennessee. This was a guy who came home early from a trip, found his wife in bed with a local teenage boy, a boy they described as being barely 18 years old, and, catches his wife there She doesn't expect him to be home so early. I thought you were. I mean, this guy's probably on a hunting trip or something. I mean, judging from the mugshot, not to judge a book, but doesn't look like a guy who was off at a Fortune 500 conference in Atlanta or anything like that. But he comes home early from some kind of trip and finds his wife in bed with a local teenager who he proceeds to stab to death. And then he was very upset talking to the police, saying, I'm really worried that this is going to hurt my relationship with my wife because I offed him. Jonathan Belk is the guy. He's 41. His wife, 10 years his junior. And the kid in bed with her, barely a junior. She's 31. The kid's 18. And the guy stabbed the boy to death and stuffed his body into a trash can. And the wife, obviously freaked out, called the Dunlop, Tennessee police and said that the guy was standing in his doorway covered in blood. And he admitted to killing the teenager.
Wow.
And he told the police, I'm worried about my relationship with my wife due to the fact that I offed him. The wife was also injured, of course.
At least he was thinking of her.
Well,
you know,
these crimes of passion. You come home. There's so much more I want to know about this story. But, yeah. Who was the newly 18-year-old is how they described this kid. So this dude is, for all intents and purposes, we all know the brain is still forming. They're not necessarily making great decisions. But in his mind, this was the greatest day of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He's banging some local hottie. I have to assume, I don't know. That's kind of what you picture in your mind. But then you see like the mugshot of the guy and you're like, okay, well, this guy's not, pulling tens. They're in Dunlop, Tennessee. But you never know. He comes home, wife's in bed, stabs the kid to death. Ruins multiple lives. All because, now again, I'm not one to blame the victim. I'm going to blame the perpetrator. All because this guy couldn't stay on his trip longer. Right?
Selfish
He
son
told
of a bitch.
he told his wife when he was going to be back. And he must have known something was going on. They didn't indicate whether or not the guy was back early on purpose or if that's just the way that it all laid out. There's no police report attached to the story. But if he had stayed as long as he said he was going to stay. Honey, I'm leaving on Wednesday and I'll be home on Friday night.
Surprise, I'm here to... Oh.
He comes home early. So now he's got a murder beef on him and the whole thing.
Well, was it old school? Here for the gangbang? And the guy came home early?
I don't know about that. Also, will this harm his relationship with his wife?
I
would guess. Some people in abusive relationships, they cannot find their way out of them.
Yeah.
They can't see to. So maybe up till now, he had only beaten up her teen lovers.
One would have to assume this might put a slight damper.
A cramp in their relationship?
A little bit. I mean, you would think maybe a small...
You mean because of the blood-soaked sheets?
A hiccup. Yeah, and maybe the kid was, didn't deserve to die, maybe.
I see.
Well,
nobody's talking about deserve.
Yeah.
But the guy said he was going to be gone for a certain amount of time. And he wasn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's on him.
So he's a murderer and a liar?
Oh, okay. Which is worse, right? I mean...
Alan, dude, yo, it's me. Random question.
People keep giving me the it's me. All right.
Alan, dude, yo, it's me. Random question. All the weed dealers, all the grass men around here, now that it's legal, what do? I still drive to Michigan, but what do those guys do? They still sell to like old people and stuff? Hate the show.
Sell to old people.
Smoke weed every day.
Well, they just sell it illegally, just like they always did.
Well, but they're getting supplied by the growers now.
And it's cheaper than if you went to the store to buy it.
Yeah, I don't think people understand what's going on. Now that weed has been made legal, these massive growers are growing tons of it. But because of the regulatory hurdles, all their crops are not going to fall within whatever that regulatory range is. They don't just throw that weed away. It goes out the back door to the guys on the street.
Are you suggesting that there's criminals purchasing weed that didn't pass the standards test? I don't believe a word of it.
I'm just saying these massive growers, it's not like they let hundreds of pounds of weed just rot. They go, no, darn, this has got, it's supposed to have, this much THC. It's got this much, so you can't sell it in your stores or legally. Okay, darn, see you later. And then it goes out the back door.
Hey, Pete, come on by. I got 18 pounds of stuff that just failed.
You talk to guys on the street now, and if you ask them, like, oh, where do you get this? They'll tell you. I got it from same place you get it. Okay. Yeah, so no. It's not like these guys are left to fend for themselves, growing what they sell, or selling what they grow, rather. Now, maybe they are selling to old ladies. The hell do I know? But, yeah, a lot of it's going out the back door to the dudes that you're meeting at parties and stuff. Everybody's going to get their taste. I'm going to have Garbage tickets for you later, by the way. Garbage mounting their first tour in about a decade. At least the first headlining tour. They went out with Tears for Fears, and they've, featured for some bands over the past few years. But the Happy Endings tour is their first headlining tour in a long, long time. September 12th. Love Garbage. Shirley Manson, dynamite. Sounds great. Looks awesome. At the Agora this fall. So I'll have those a little bit later on. Text me for anything else, 35192. You can watch on our YouTube channel. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jennifer writes, yo, Rover, stop with the poor Jeffrey and feeling sorry for Jeffrey. He got $900 of your money for doing nothing. So tired of all of his handouts.
I got 2 words for that person.
What's that?
Whatever.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. And Window Nation, always a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
boxes waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right.
Overweight freaks ride around on wheelchairs, motorized by electric motors made by goblins in a factory overseas. They're there to buy drywall and other products so they can eat back at home on the sofa. They watch TV. They watch TV about a man named Chandler Bing who died in a freak hot tubbing accident and spent his time drinking hot dog flavored water on a popular TV show called Tub Girls. I don't want to pay for anything. Clothes and food.
Anytime the Viagra Boys drop some new music, I'm a sucker for it. So, Man Made of Meat. It's a new song. I don't think they're
Chandler
coming here,
Bing
though.
reference in there. That was,
I know, right? Love it.
Went right for it.
And they are Swedish. They can come at it dispassionately, as it were. Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I stand outside of the McDonald's. I'm flexing my muscles.
Oh, maybe he was dressed as the clown or something.
I love how passive that last okay was, too. He's like,
Okay.
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 Whatever.
Hey, if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you know, you can leave talkback messages there for us if you listen live. And tell me where you do it if you're out of town, by the way. Sasha listens in Portland, Oregon. We have a lot of Bureau Chiefs there in Portland. Eric is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Craig is in Monroe, Michigan. Monroe! Charles is in Suffolk, Virginia. Cole drives a FedEx truck out in Juneau, Alaska. And Joe listens in Boerne, Texas. Speaking of Portland, there's a guy out there who can't figure out why there's giant milk jugs full of pee in his recycling bins. I mean, to the person's credit, at least it's in the recycling. I mean, true recycling would be to drink it once you've filled up one of them milk gallons. If you were really committed to the concept, that's what you would do. But you sent me this. Yeah?
Yeah.
This dude, Alex Van Dyne, is wondering who's putting gallons of urine into his recycling bin there in Portland. What were you saying?
I was just wondering if, based on where he was, if it had something to do with St. Patrick's Day. Like we were talking about all those Borgs. Like it's just a bunch of piss jugs that are left over from St. Patty's Day.
Blackout rage gallon.
Yeah, people just like, I got to get rid of these somewhere. This guy's recycling bin looks good.
Hey, where can I put all this hot lemonade?
Or he lives next door to a trucker.
Yeah.
I got to get rid of all these trucker bombs. Where can I possibly? I know. That guy's recycling bin.
Well, he's vexed by this whole thing. And this is Portland, too.
This is the bin.
This is a story that begins with a blue recycling bin. But trust me, it doesn't end there.
It is tragically gross.
And that may be putting it lightly.
Trust me, it doesn't end there? Yeah, we know. That's why you're doing a whole package on it.
That's a trash barrel. End of story. Thank you. Good night,
everybody. Here's sports. Trust me, it doesn't end there. But it'd be great if it did.
More.
Yeah. But wait, there's no more. That's it. Just B-roll of a guy pushing his bin out to the curb.
So you're kind of like, okay, this is disgusting.
Alex Van Dyne spent years working in television news throughout the country. But he never imagined standing in front of the camera talking about...
You kind of know what the urine smells like.
Yes, urine.
You know, they probably, God, I love B-roll. I mean, they just show them, you know, flipping the thing on a toilet. A toilet which has nothing to do with the story, by the way. This is where the pee should go. No, so this guy used to work in television, so you know he probably still knows some people, at least professionally. He probably called somebody up. But I also love, too, if you've ever been a part of one of these packages, if you've ever been... spoken to as like a person on the street. I was in one of these years ago. in Chicago. And they'll talk to you for quite some time. And then they'll pull one line from you. And for this guy, it was, you know what urine smells like? He called him out.
Country. But he never imagined standing in front of the camera talking about...
You kind of know what the urine smells like.
Yes, urine. That's what this story
Yes,
is about.
urine.
But before you turn away, understand that this could be you, living in a Northeast Portland neighborhood, minding your own business when he shows up in the middle of the night.
He bandit.
This all started in September when Van Dyne and his wife noticed their garbage bins had not been collected.
So I went to open the blue bin, and lo and behold, there was a nice deposit of gallon-sized bottles of urine, to put it plainly. And there were 6 of them.
6 bottles of urine.
You imagine if it was actually liquid meth and this guy just like dumped all of them. He's sitting on like $1 million of liquid meth and he thinks it's piss.
In his recycling bin. The garbage hauler.
Yeah, you know what urine smells like. Unfortunately, I don't know what liquid meth smells like, and I threw it all away.
Wouldn't take it. It's biohazard.
So what does your wife think about all this?
Yeah, she's befuddled as well.
Eventually, Van Dyne pulled his garbage bins, hoping that the urine drop.
What does your wife think of all that? It would have been great if he'd had some crazy answer, you know?
Well, my wife loves piss.
My
but,
wife thinks it's the 5G getting into our veins from... My wife's a big ivermectin fan ever since COVID, and so she thinks that maybe... You see how many gallons of pee are in there? Yeah, we count 11. Yeah, before my wife found out, there were 14 of them. You do the math. What does your wife think of this? She's befuddled as well. She can't figure out what's going on. She and I are united in our befuddlement.
Can you go back to when they show the 3 giant bottles together?
Yes.
Because I
noticed their garbage bins
had
not been collected.
So I went to open.
I don't understand. Like, how much do you suppose you make per pee?
You mean all the gallons right there on the curb lawn there?
They have like, I think there's a shot with like 3 of them side by side. The one on the left is like dark.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So it's like, does that dude like just like, okay, this is my container for morning peas that I'm going to bring to this guy's house. Here's midday peas, and here's my nighttime peas. Because that first one on the left, that's not the same piss.
Yeah, but what if it's also trolling, where only half of it is whiz and the other half is water? I mean, it's not like the guy is going to pop them open and have a sip. He's not going to do a forensic deep dive on these.
Well, he said they smelled. So,
well, yeah, if you put enough pee into something, it's going to smell.
Yeah.
But of course, that is pretty dark.
That one
that's
on the
not
left,
diluted.
No, man, that's got to be like overnight pee.
That's like some pee after a bender.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, like he dry heaves a couple of times first, then it gets going. That kind of pee.
Caller wouldn't take it. It's biohazard.
So what does your wife think about all this?
Yeah, she's befuddled as well.
Eventually, Van Dyne pulled his garbage bins, hoping that the urine dropper would go away. And he did. Straight to the neighbor's bin, and then another neighbor.
It sort of started to, unravel. And I don't know why he's hitting the same location so many times. That doesn't make any sense to me. Or why he is doing it.
So who is this man driving a late model vehicle depositing bottles of urine?
Late model vehicle, it's a Beamer.
Yeah.
Dude's driving a Beamer. More like Peamer, am I right?
This grainy video shows him pulling up, getting out, and leaving the jugs behind. Van Dyne has shared his ordeal on the social app called Nextdoor.
Ordeal! Oh, this is my ordeal, They're dragging mentally challenged, emaciated guys out of houses in the middle of the country after 20 years. And this guy's up, somebody's putting pee jugs. The ordeal continues.
He's been flooded with theories as
Good
to
pun.
the reason behind it all.
Somebody was like, maybe it's a ring that they've kidnapped some people and they're trying to get rid of their fecal matter.
It's not fecal matter.
A human trafficking ring. This is why you can't post this on things like Nextdoor or,
Trying to get rid of their urine because they kidnapped people. And he called it fecal matter. Does he not know what that is? News guy? You've been on the news for all these years. You don't know what fecal matter is?
He's picking people up in the PMW,
You stole that from somebody in the chat, Katarina.
No, I already said Peemer.
You breed in.
Cat.
Our way possible.
He has filed a police report. He says he was told that if the urine had gone in the regular garbage bin, it wouldn't be a crime. But because it's in the blue bin, it is. So now Van Dyne is on a mission to find out who this is. Getting his license plate will be crucial.
And I've actually, started putting my bins back out again the night before and putting him in a different position just to see if I could get a better video of him.
He doesn't plan to move, nothing like that.
Ah.
He loves the neighborhood,
Move.
has lived here
Wearing
since
a single hoop earring.
2006. But he does have a message.
Maybe he's watching. I don't know. Please stop. Please, just don't do it anymore.
And through it all, Van Dyne has managed to find some levity in the situation.
It's a lot of pee.
And you just had the feeling he couldn't wait to say this.
This guy's really pissing me off.
Steve, don't.
Anywho, that's going on out there in Portland. Visually, it's jamming me up because their recycling are the blue bins and the regular ones are the green bins. At least where I am, it's the other way around. Where the blue bins, our green bins are the ones that are used for recycling.
The dark green, right?
The
but
green-
the lime green are the ones that they use for recycling.
I
isn't
don't
it?
have lime green. We have blue, and then I have a separate one that I bought for yard. I have 2 big yard bins.
Okay.
But the city ones for me are green is the recycling and the blue is the regular. But this guy out there, his ordeal continues. It's a lot of pee. But I do like that this guy goes, hey, because it used to be in the early days of maybe, chat rooms and things like that, you could put something out there and people might give you some constructive information. Now, everybody's bored when they're on those. Anybody who's on a neighborhood social media platform, they say it's for the kids, but there's a lot of people on it that don't have kids. They're just looking to get all up in people's business. Maybe it's human traffickers. Thank you. Very, very helpful. That's probably what it is. Yeah. You know how neat and tidy human traffickers are, right? They're always trying to disseminate the DNA out to other people's bins. But it's not like I have an answer.
So, it would take a long time to fill those two. I had to ask the AI, but it says a pint of urine is normal per day. Or no, per session.
A pint per session.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 to 8 times a day.
So you could fill up one of those ball jars.
Right.
Isn't that a pint?
I think so, right?
Let's go to the poop for a pint. Okay.
So that would be that guy is either on a mission or, to your point, maybe he's just coloring water and has one piss jug. And he's just messing with this guy.
That's 16 ounces of pee every time you go. That doesn't sound right.
That's what I just, again, it is AI, so maybe.
AI doesn't urinate.
6 to 7 times per day in a 24-hour period, and it says you would pee out 2 liters of fluid. Right? So that would
9 times. 2 liters a day?
Yeah.
So a
divided
2
by
liter
8.
pop. Yeah, okay.
So that would that be right?
I don't know. AI doesn't pee. That guy in the thing there, in the piece, he knows what pee smells like.
And he's pissed off.
I know what urine smells like. Take that, artificial intelligence.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo-poo, pee-pee-pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. Oh, pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo, poo-poo. I like to do too. Poo-poo, pee-pee-poo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope that they get to the bottom of that there in the PDX and figure it all out. Alan, it's like sun tea. The longer it sits out, the darker it gets. And don't forget, there is that Akron Trucker Bombs Instagram account that if you're not following, you should.
There is?
Because it's fun. Yeah.
Do you follow it?
Of course. I'm the one that turned this audience onto it.
Oh, I don't even know about this.
Oh, yeah.
Akron Trucker Bombs, huh?
Alex in Wadsworth, my brother in the Coast Guard, did a half-an-hour interview for local television about ice survival. They used 1 minute where he stumbled over his words, and he was kind of upset. Yeah, I can see. That's what I'm saying. If anybody, because anytime they're shooting something like this, that's why when they talk to people They just get people who are driving through the parking lot, wherever the reporter was, and they tell them, hey, can I put you on? This happened over here. Can I ask you what you think about it? It's not like they were witnesses. They just get people who are in the parking lot, and that's why their answers are always so insipid, because they were just told what happened. They didn't see it. The reporter goes, hey, can I get a clip from you about what do you think about somebody stabbing somebody else in the parking lot? And they're always like, they shouldn't be doing that. Real incisive. But that's what's there. These people are on a deadline. Akron had the phantom pooper not long ago. Years ago, they had, I shouldn't say not long ago, this was years ago, people were walking out to their cars and finding giant dumps on their hood. And it would like bleach the paint, and if it was a sunny day or the person didn't see the car, maybe it was just sitting in their driveway, it wasn't their primary mode of transportation, they had the Akron pooper. I don't know if they ever caught that person. I think that was pre-Ring cameras everywhere.
So now that I followed your trucker bomb thing on Instagram, not yours, but the thing you said, I think I might have a theory for where all these piss jugs are coming from.
Lay it on me.
A hoarder. They can't get to their bathroom.
He's driving a BMW.
It doesn't matter. That's an old BMW.
It is, yeah.
Right? And
Fair
it
enough.
could be full of just garbage. We can't see what's inside of the car. So it could be a hoarder's car. And the inside, they're just like this. Like, look at that. They found that in a house in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
So
that ain't apple juice.
So maybe that is all it is. Like, it's just a guy that can't get to his bathroom or his plumbing's broken, no money. He's just filling up piss jugs and dumping them off in some...
Maybe he's living in that Beamer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But where's the poop going then?
Out the window.
505.
That's why I think it... But that makes sense, though,
Rob's
if he's a
at
hoarder.
it again.
I was thinking about the poop. This is an incredible follow, by the way.
I know. Akron
Piss
trucker
jugs
bombs.
of Akron. I was thinking about the poop.
Alan, I can definitely confirm it's roughly 16 ounces per session.
Oh, good
All right,
for
well,
you.
Good. Okay. Results may vary. You know who I think might be able to break this case wide open for us, Rob? Josh in St. Louis.
I agree.
He's right.
What's up, Josh?
Right. Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
So, I called for two reasons. One is the Disturbed concert, because I went to it the other night, and they're definitely going to play the entire first album, the entire thing.
Okay.
And then they'll do like a 15-minute window, and then they'll come back and do all their jams.
Okay. So
So,
it's structured. There's like an official mini intermission. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Costume
It's like
change, probably.
It's like, costume change, and it says on the big screen or whatever that, hey, we're going to take 15 minutes and recover our disturbedness, which I don't know how much disturbedness they have, but they must have a lot of disturbedness if they
Okay.
need 15 minutes, for crying out loud.
Understood. Well, again, by that time, people aren't even going to notice 15 minutes, right?
Oh, man, it was a fun show. I mean, I was in the mosh pit with my 19-year-old son, and I tripped over my own shoes. You know how I like to fall in mosh pits. I told you
Ouch.
about when I broke my elbow at Clutch.
Yep.
And then I broke my nose at Avenged Sevenfold. Things happen, And this kid, I tripped over my own shoes, and when I tried to get up, this kid pushed me down, and then my 19-year-old shoved that kid to let me get back up. And then that kid,
Wow.
the 19-year-old kid's dad, the 19-year-old kid's dad shoved my 19-year-old son, and then my son shoved him, and I got up and shoved him, and it was all good in the mosh
Yeah, I was going to
pit,
say, that's a
it's
pit,
all-
man. That's,
It's all for fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all for fun. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and this is serious, Alan, and it's something that I've been very upset about for days, and I keep trying to call in, and nobody answers my phone calls.
Okay.
But you said that I am angry because of Velveeta cheese on my pizza. And
I mean, it's as good a reason as anything else, Josh.
it's not Velveeta though.
What is it?
Cheese whiz.
It's Provel. It's cheddar, mozzarella, and I think Colby, all mixed together.
I was going to say,
And as
Velveeta and Cheese Whiz, that would be a distinction without a difference. But if you're talking about if it's a specific blend, then I have been misinformed.
How did they get it so liquidy?
I put Cheese Whiz up my nose, so I don't know what you guys are even talking about, first off. But yeah, it's not Velveeta. When you said that, I laughed and I called Kate, and she said she hated me and wouldn't put me on the air.
Okay, so
she
it's
say that about me?
well, I don't know who Kate is. So Provel though, it's still processed cheese though, right, Josh?
Yeah, it's gross. It's disgusting.
Oh, okay.
Nobody actually likes it.
It has a low melting
Yeah,
point.
it's not.
So do I.
Yeah.
You get it? What do you get at the Schnucks, or where do you buy Provel?
Well, Provel, it's Emo's, Alan. If you remember when you lived here, it's Emo's. Emo's Pizza puts Provel on their pizzas. It's disgusting. Nobody that's a real American would like that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is, and it's kind of the thing in St. Louis, but nobody else puts it on their pizzas except for Emo's, and it's gross.
Right.
And it's hurting our reputation nationwide, apparently, because Cleveland is talking trash about our pizza.
I had just never, I've heard of all of the allegedly different kinds of regional pizzas, and I had never heard of that. It was somebody else in St. Louis who hit me up and was getting me caught up with that. I've never had heard of it. I would certainly never try it, but okay, thank you, Josh. I will take you off the angry because of the pizza cheese list.
I'm angry for other reasons, Alan, okay?
I understand. All right, thank you. There's Josh in St. Louis. Rob loves that guy.
Mm-hmm. I just let you talk.
No, I understand.
Yeah, it says it's made of cheddar, Swiss, and provolone.
Oh, right.
It says highly processed cheese product and is not a single type of cheese. So
okay.
And it looks like it's made. It looks like a stick of butter. And it says made for pizza. Have a look at that.
Made for pizza. Yum. There it is.
It looks delicious, doesn't it?
Also a traditional topping for the Gerber sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis style pizza and the Gerber sandwich. Okay. Thank you, Josh. I've got to take a break. Hey, you want to go see Garbage? It is Shirley Manson and the boys on their first headlining tour in about 10 years. They've gone out with other bands past few years. They don't even do that very often. But the Happy Endings Tour got a new album. They're dubbing their Calisthenics, and they're going back out. Friday, September 12th is when they will come to play for us at the Agora. It'll be a big night. AgoraCleveland.com for the details. Garbage and someone else. I don't think they've announced who the support is going to be. But it'll be a lot of fun. Caller 10, you get my first pair this week. For Garbage, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 32. Gradual clearing Tuesday and a high of 40. Wednesday, rain, possibly thunder, and a high of 68.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Hey, Ohio State fans. While others cut corners, like that team up north, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is Buckeye-level quality. And you can stay in your car while our experts do the work. Drive in today. Proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics.
In this edition of the Marketer's Report, Corey Marchesotto, Chief Marketing Officer of Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about finding the right partners for your brand.
I see brands as antennas, and every antenna sends out a frequency. We call it the ELF signal. So we send out the ELF signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Once you know firmly who you are, you've codified it, and you can put that out into the universe. What happens from there is it begins to attract kindred spirits. Why are we partnered with Billie Jean King? Because she champions equality. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
Women's sports just got louder thanks to Elf and iHeartMedia. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. We can also get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Keno fans, it's bracket season, and Keno has a bracket challenge that's all about
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. Not to trigger you, but cast your mind back a couple of years ago when everybody was stuck at home and everybody was online buying furniture. How's that holding up, by the way, that cardboard sofa that they ended up sending you? Northeast Factory Direct is all about quality, high-end furniture. You're going to pay the same or even less than what those websites charge for that flimsy furniture. Upgrade to something that's built to last at Northeast Factory Direct. Walk into any one of their locations or get online, do some real shopping at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Traffic. From the Elk & Elk Traffic Center, Elk & Elk has won over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A traffic collision reported on 40 West near Stearns Road. Elsewhere, Lorraine at Denison, Pearl at Fowles Road. Moderately slow traffic on the Inner Belt South between Lakeside and Chester. Opportunity Corridor West is heaviest between East 93rd and Kinsman. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
For 3 big days at Levin Furniture and Mattress, get not 1, not 2, 3 times the sales tax discount. Or get our longest free finance offer ever. 0% for 6 years. 3 days only at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? And I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real?
You will use the suggestion to enhance your control.
Or what's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way we understand the universe.
Well, we have answers for you in the new podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Cham, as we answer questions about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Listen to Science Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
I wonder if Disturbed's playing this tonight off of the 10,000 Fists record. A song called Sacred Lie. It was their indictment of George Bush and the war in Iraq that had begun under false pretenses. 10,000 Fists, that was the first Disturbed record, I think, where they didn't get slapped with the parental advisory sticker. Remember those? Is that still a thing, the parental advisory sticker?
I don't know.
I mean, there are some people
who's
still
buying those.
People are buying physical media still, but it was their second straight #1 too. Disturbed their second album and their third. This was their third. Instantly #1. They dedicated it to Dimebag, who had been killed not long before, I think. I'm curious how many they're going to pull. You know, we just talked to Josh in St. Louis, who just saw them there. And confirmed that they do The Sickness in its entirety all in one chunk, which makes sense, I guess. It would be weird if you did it. Why make it a point of saying you're going to do that if you mix it up? So, of course. Doors at 5:30 tonight. First band goes on at 6:30. Rob and I, of course, hosting there in the Buzzard Suite. So if you got those tickets from us, we will see you there. If not, we might run into you, right? Disturbed probably going on around 9, maybe. Daughtry and Nothing More opening up.
Yeah, around there. They'll actually be a little before 9.
A little before 9 o'clock.
So, quarter of, maybe?
Yeah, that'll be good. Cavs off tonight and tomorrow night. Cavs are going to be back here at home on Wednesday night. That'll be April 2. against the New York Knicks. They got one over on the Clippers last night here at home. That was 127 to 122. After losing by 11 to the Pistons in Detroit. I forget that H.R. Puffinstuff is the Pistons coach now. Left the Cavs and went down the road there to Detroit. He's doing real well for them.
I wouldn't exactly say he left the Cavs, Alan.
You know what I mean, though? I mean, he got a gig right away. Guardians end up taking 2 of 3 in Kansas City against the Royals. They play tonight, first of 3 against the Padres in San Diego. 9:40 is the first pitch. So 30 minutes prior, today, the very last day, you can use the promo code SHAMROCK for 20% off. I would love to be able to tell you what the April promo code is yet. I do not have it. So as soon as I get it, either tomorrow or whenever, you will be the first one to know. Well, you'll be the second. Well, you'll be... Rob will know. I'll know. You'll be the third to know. How about that? Okay for you?
I'm still betting on showers.
Are we talking about post-show at the Rocket Arena? Or for the promo code.
Yeah, the name.
I'm sorry. Golden. Yeah. Showers. Yeah, you might be onto something there.
I feel like it's the obvious choice.
I was talking about the guy earlier who came home from a trip there in Tennessee and found his wife nailing one of the local teens, and he proceeded to stab the kid to death and then told the cops that he was worried that doing that might damage his relationship with his wife. That was on the heels of another story I saw where a guy killed his wife during a conjugal visit in prison.
Wow.
Man, you got to know your man's kinks. I mean, well, you get in there, convicted murderer kills wife during conjugal visit.
Is it safe to say he stabbed her to death?
WMMS Rob on all of your pertinent social media accounts.
Thank you.
She was older than, she was. A convicted killer serving life in prison for 4 L.A. County murders killed his wife during a conjugal visit. Stephanie Brinson was 62. David Brinson, her husband, was 54 years old. At the Mule Creek State Prison in Northern California. 32 years ago, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms with no parole for killing 4 guys during a robbery at an L.A. apartment. He called the officers at 2 a.m. and told them that his wife had passed out. And the COs show up and pronounced her dead at 2:51 a.m. And they confirmed that she had been killed during the conjugal visit. Probably just choking, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah. Choke me.
She's into this, though. Didn't do it on purpose.
And then she wasn't. But again, that seems to be maybe the most likely explanation. They didn't give a lot of information there.
I'm surprised. I didn't know that they still did conjugal visits. I thought that was like a thing of the past.
I guess I didn't realize they were doing them at 2 a.m. Are they
me too.
Are they like an overnight? I mean,
that's what it sounds like.
Her family now is calling for reforms in the conjugal visit because they're like, this is the second time this has happened to a woman at this prison. They're like, there was another woman visiting her husband, and he killed her. So it's got to be the choking. You girls and the choking. Listen, it's been going for a while now. I figure it started with guys watching too much porn, but there are a lot of girls who like the choking. And if you obviously are in a relationship where everybody feels safe, it's not a problem. But the choking thing, you like choking, Kat, when you and your boyfriend have a conjugal visit?
I'm not answering that.
Why?
I mean, I'm just going to say, why not?
Rob.
That's my answer.
Why not? Okay, so when you and your boyfriend are together, you get a bit of a choke. Does he go for it or do you ask for it?
I think it just depends on the moment.
The why or the why not?
My daughter is beating around bush, Rob. Hold on, let me get your father. Your daughter wants to talk to you. Hello, Catherine. This is your father. Do you like the choking?
This is awkward.
If it was not for the choking, your mother and I would have never had you. Your mother lost the choke.
Is that so?
Because of the... I initially thought she said joke. She said joke. She said, whatever your dad's name, choke me.
It's so silly. Yeah, no, listen, I have been asked to choke on occasion in the past, and I politely declined. It's not my thing.
Mm-mm.
And you got to really kind of know what you're doing, too. And obviously, you don't have to be an expert. They'll tap out if it's not to their liking. But I'm like, it's not for me. If you like it, that's fine. Kat says, why not? That's her get out of jail free card. Why not? Golly, I don't know. Why not? Well, then I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that as a yes.
I think you have to be mindful to
right.
not hurt the other person, to be,
Who gives a crap?
I ask X or Y, and she gives me Z.
She's good, man.
She's really good.
Talking around it.
Yup, she is. At least she didn't Google an answer. Do I like to be choked? She goes, well, I don't mind a little application of pressure to my neck that partially or completely restricts my airflow or blood flow during sex. Listen, I think people who are into it, good for them. But I think when you're talking to a 54-year-old convicted killer and his wife, there had probably been too much time in between conjugal visits.
I'm going to go with my theory. He just stabbed her to death.
Stabbed her to death?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With his wiener?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I mean, it had to be the choking. Because initially, because it didn't say either way, but initially when I see the headline, convicted killer kills wife during conjugal, that's exactly what I assumed. So I'm like, oh my God, this guy had a shiv and he got so mad at his wife during a conjugal visit that he just painted the walls with her. And that's probably not what happened at all.
You're thinking of the wrong implement for stabbing.
And you're in there for 4 consecutive life terms, so you don't care. It was your wife, but you're like, by that time you got a wife on the inside. So, hey, Jan.
Yes.
What's going on?
Well, I had been doing that for years. I enjoyed having my guys do that.
Yeah. Why is that? Just heighten the experience?
I don't know. It gave me like a high, better than drugs, so I didn't need drugs anymore.
But you were coming off.
trying to be
Okay.
funny.
Gotcha. So Jan is somebody who was swapping one high for another.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I can't imagine anybody organically comes to choking. They come to it from something else. Go ahead, Rob.
No. I was just going to ask.
I totally freaked out. I freaked out my second husband with that. He did not have any clue what was going on with me.
Is it you just enjoy the feeling of being choked, or is it the fact that you love being like that guy's dominating you or owning you?
Not owning me, no, not that way, no.
So it's just the feeling of being choked that you like.
Well, the heightened sensation. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it does. It really does. And I would never go too far as to get passed out completely. No way. I have never done that.
I would say a safe word, but obviously, you just kind of got to tap out when you've had enough?
Or do you have a safe word like mine's pumpernickel?
I'm sure she has a safe word. It's
yeah. So Jan, Jan, did it begin as a verbal request, or did you take his hand and put it on your throat?
Oh, I just asked, like, can you just put your hands around my throat while we're,
Oh, that first time, right? Hey, could you put your hands... Hey, when you're behind me, could you fish hook your index fingers into this? Could you give me the Chelsea grin while you're playing? Yeah, okay.
But how do you figure out that you like that, though? I mean, again, he just asked the question about put your hands.
I guess I did watch some porn, and I was like, okay, whatever. So might as well try.
Okay. Right. So is that the first or the only thing that you went to recreate from your pornographic escapades?
Oh, I'm sure there was more.
Yeah.
too graphic to say.
Alan, do you know what the letters DP stand for? Not director of photography.
That's a cold ass honky.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that did happen.
It did.
Hey-oh.
Wow. All right.
Jan's a partier.
Was it a neighbor or a husband's friend, or what was that?
It was friends that I met online.
Yes. All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Special friend.
Jan is, are you out there in the swinger community or just somebody who's...
No, I'm not in the swinger community. No.
Well, as long as you're being safe, Jan, it's all good, right?
Yeah. I always got to be safe, especially all this crap going on. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right, thank you, Jan. I appreciate your candor. There's Jan.
Call anytime, Jan.
Checking in on the choking and the DP and all of it. Man, how about that?
Wow.
A couple of friends I met online.
I did not expect her to be like, oh, yeah, DP's pretty common in my household.
Boy, they'd have to be friends, wouldn't they? That's not necessarily something you want to do with a couple of complete strangers. Wow. You want to get to know them a little bit. And then, of course, when it's crunch time, the important question.
I did not see that coming.
The most important question in that scenario is, who goes where?
Right. Oh, you're saying,
who goes where? Yeah. Because you don't want to have cross-contamination. I mean, unless everybody is completely out of their minds, I mean, if you're trying to be safe, you are trying to go at it from a perspective of... let's be healthy here. Let's not put anyone at risk. Mm-hmm. Who goes where?
Maybe they both go to the same
location. Do you
location.
flip a coin? Do you pick a hole?
But I'm saying maybe they both maybe she's not a 3 input lady. Maybe it's just a
2-in-1?
I mean, I've seen crazier things.
Well, I mean, I know you can do it. I don't know if that's if you find 2 friends.
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, if you're down to, think about the separation between the 2. If you're down to go that close,
yeah,
I don't think you necessarily care if they touch.
I would think they might.
But
you could have. I mean, you could use an implement if you wanted 2-in-1.
That's not what that sounded like, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, good for her, man. She's out there doing stuff. She's living life. She's getting choked.
Getting choked out.
No, not choked out. She's like, she's never gotten choked out. Yeah.
Somebody wrote on YouTube, cat's safe word is pierogi.
Is it?
Can't confirm.
Mm-hmm.
Podcast listener here. You're talking about Imagine Dragons and that horrible white boy rapping. They have a song. I have a 10-year-old son. They have a song called Whatever It Takes, and the beginning, he's just like, it's just, oh man, it's so, and I just,
That's what I'm saying. That guy has encapsulated everything I'm saying about how bad Imagine Dragons is.
I know that song, and that is the perfect impression of that song.
Falling too fast to prepare for this. Tripping in the world could be dangerous. Everybody circling as vultures. Negative, nepotist. Everybody waiting for the fall of man.
Oh, it's just the worst. Those guys have naked pictures of somebody's mother. That's the only explanation. Shut up. Wow. What a scam.
Let the hate out. This is what it feels like for me when I talk about Buffett.
Listen. They're filling arenas, these guys.
Yeah.
I would take 10 Nickelbacks over one Imagine Dragons.
I know.
It's that, like, Oh,
welcome to my side,
white
Alan.
bread.
Come on.
We all went to BYU, and then we moved to Vegas, and it's like, so there's like a certain, it's no coincidence or accident that it's all like sports montage music, and this would be great in a truck commercial and that kind of stuff. It's just like this, whatever, but a lot of people like it. But to his point and mine, I'm like, the reason that it gets played in my car is because I have a 9-year-old daughter. And that's pretty much where the musical palette is. And this guy's like, I got a 10-year-old son. So you might see a pattern forming there. But
I would love nothing more than for Nora to give you the carpool karaoke of Imagine Dragons.
She can do whatever she wants.
Doubling down on your love.
She can do whatever she wants.
Of course she can. I just think it'd be great if she did.
Ugh, those guys. They got something on
thunder.
Somebody.
Feel the thunder.
Yeah, now I got people hitting me up for that, too, because I talk about how I, sleep with the windows open no matter what. Somebody texted me this morning. Hey, did you sleep with the windows open despite all that thunder? Thunder? They're like writing it out. Like, I know what you're doing, you son of a bitch. All that thunder and lightning and thunder. I'm like, God damn it. I know you.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I think I have found your Buffett, dude. This is so great.
Maybe. I don't know. I just don't.
Everything you're saying is what I say, just with a different band.
Well, I don't despise them. This is the best they can do.
You don't know that.
Well, what are they hiding their light under a bushel basket for? What are they holding back?
You're the
They're
same
like
one.
5 albums in.
You're the same one who was telling me that Jimmy Buffett had a whole different vibe in the beginning.
He did.
Yeah, because then he found what sells albums.
Yeah,
the
but
same way as these dickheads.
No. I'm saying these guys have sounded the same from the jump.
But we don't know that. We don't know what they sounded like before we knew of them. Maybe they used to be like a real rock band.
All right. Somebody wants to find old Imagine Dragons demos. They sound like Mumford and Sons. Then, yeah, we can change up the conversation. But you don't go from bangos and waistcoats to... Shut up.
I love it.
They got Naked... That's a better song. Naked Electric Six? That's a great song. That's a great song. Great band. Electric Six from Detroit, Michigan. We got some soul, man. Woof. Anyway, yes, okay, thank you. That person wanted to leave that message, co-signing with me that they are a terrible, terrible band.
I love this so much.
Kimberly in Elyria. I love having my honey yank on my long hair and bite me. Listen, man, whatever trips your trigger, I think it's great. I'm just curious for each individual person. Well, listen, all these things start with let's try this, right? Let's try this. You saw it, let's try it. That's how you figure out if you like something or if somebody tries something on you. For a lot of guys, it's if she pops a finger up there. That's when a guy goes, yay or nay. And with the nails you girls are rocking, you got to be real careful. Lacerations, anything, But I think most people, they've got kind of a good sense that they got some wherewithal and some, situational awareness. But anyway, thank you, Jan. I appreciate the candor. I got to take a break. 35192. Want to send me a text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
Show. WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Thinking about taking another trip with some people on the show. Jeffrey, you still have your passport, right?
Yeah, but I gotta try and find it because I know I was looking all over my apartment for it and everything. And
why?
I think it may have. I just said I have it.
Josh has a question for JLR. Go ahead, Josh.
I heard a rumor that Jeffrey might be looking for his passport because Mary Elizabeth wants to go to Ponderosa in France. You heard there was one open in France?
Yeah. They're going to fly to France, go to Ponderosa, then immediately get on a return flight. They'll be in France for a grand total of 3 hours.
It'll be closed.
Yeah.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Ohio State fans. While others cut corners, like that team up north, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is Buckeye-level quality. We train hard and treat every day like game day. We're always quick, but never rushed. And you can stay in your car while our experts do the work. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Visit valvoline.com/Buckeyes to find your nearest location and access exclusive fan savings.
iHeartRadio wants you to see Shinedown live on their Dance Kid Dance Tour in the city of your choice. We'll handle everything, including the Shinedown Backstage Onstage Tour experience. Just listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, tap the contest tab, and enter. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Keno fans, it's bracket season, and Keno has a bracket challenge that's all about making the most of non-winning Keno tickets. Earn a comeback victory during the inaugural Keno Bracket Challenge Second Chance promotion. Just open up your Ohio Lottery app, scan eligible non-winning Keno tickets into your My Lotto Rewards account, opt into the promotion, and boom, you're entered. Take your shot during any of the 3 rounds of drawings from March 17th through April 7th for a chance at weekly winnings of lottery cash and a $25,000 top prize. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
Hi, everybody. When you have a plumbing or drain problem, the team at Mr. Rooter is ready for same-day service 7 days a week. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing today and take advantage of our $95 drain cleaning special. Visit us at MrRooter.com. We'll be there quick.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, April 11th through 13th in Avon.
Buy 5, save 5 deals are back at Meijer. Buy 5 or more and save $5 or more when you mix or match on items like Dannon Light and Fit Greek Yogurt 4-packs, 5-pound bags of Halo Mandarin oranges, assorted varieties of Kraft cheese, and select 12 packs of Coca-Cola and Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable. Saving money during the Meijer Buy 5, Save 5 sale makes grocery shopping a good deal better. Exclusions apply. See all deals in-store or in the Meijer app.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like asterisk-free checking with no monthly maintenance fee, no matter what. It's your money, right? So keep more of it. Make the switch today at huntington.com/yourmoney.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-21
First, no jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
From the all-new Avon Lake Jeep Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. For everything else, we will be able to tell you very soon what your April promo code will be for CLE Clothing Company. Today is the very last day for you to use the promo code Shamrock, as it is the last day of March. So a new one in April. And we will be able to tell you this week where we are going to be 1 week from tomorrow. We'll be out live for the Guardians home opener. And so hopefully we will have that information for you very, very soon. A lot of good guests going to be on the show over the next week. Our buddy Bill Squire returns to the friendly confines on Wednesday. We'll catch up with him. Gene Simmons back on the show. Cleveland, one of the dates that was spared when he 86'd a lot of those Gene Simmons solo tour dates. The whole month of April, I think, is getting kicked down the road to 2026. But as of now, the MGM Northfield Park show is still on, so we'll talk to Gene Simmons later in the week. Comedian Don Jameson back in the room. He is doing the weekend at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. Ed Helms will be on the show. Eric Andre will be back. So a lot of very funny people lined up for this week.
That Gene Simmons thing really plays into what you were saying, too. Like, was Kiss just a better... Like, was he a better plan stand type of guy in that case? Like, okay, I'll do these, but I'll keep my thing, or was it a ticket sales? What do you think?
Oh, with him canceling the dates?
Yeah. Do you think he just decided because the Kiss thing's happening?
Yeah, but that's not till November.
Oh,
right?
I thought that was the same time.
No, because I looked and I was
right.
like, is it because of that? No, I think that's in the fall.
All right.
No, I think he's probably got some project and he's like, let me take, because he said, we're going to kick these to 2026. I think if it was ticket sales, you don't reschedule them.
Or do you just say that and hope that
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But it seems to me if you 86 a whole month, it means, let me clear my calendar because there's something else I want to do. Maybe they're making Extract 2. I don't know.
Maybe they're doing Digital Kiss.
Maybe so. Alan, what about the Coral Reefer Band opening for Imagine Dragons? You know your answer. What?
I'll go if you go.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm still on the fence on that Doobie Show, man. I want to go so bad. I love that band so much.
You time it out. We get the set times. You time it out.
Same people.
So what?
I don't know, dude. Yeah. Parrot heads are going to be there because it's going to be like that episode when Cartman was like infiltrated with all those hippies. That's going to be what it's like for me. I'm going to be in the same crowd with all these people that are my arch nemesis.
Don't you think, though, that there might be a contingent of people who are just going for them?
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but then they split when the Doobies hit the stage.
They're still
Or you think
there,
there's enough
man.
of, yeah.
I'm going to be in the same parking lots.
Oh, I see. You don't.
There's going to be all those old people crap buckets, like all those things that they're known for, man.
You want nothing to do.
Nothing.
I see. See, I don't have any animosity toward Imagine Dragons fans.
Yeah, you do.
I don't.
You judge them.
I don't. I judge them with respect to that band. Listen, people think I'm crazy because I like Steely Dan, but I also like Lamb of God. So it's like, I understand where people, most people have a very broad, but if you were to mark down the different kinds of bands you like, granted, there's people who like one kind of band, right? If it don't sound like AC/DC, it want nothing to do with it. I understand that.
But in all fairness,
if people are like, if somebody was like, my favorite band is Imagine Dragons, I would be like, well, you're not 11, so that's weird, but okay.
Well, and the Imagine Dragon fans are not the same as the Buffett fans. They're not that, like, there's not a lifestyle around being an Imagine Dragons fan.
I see.
People aren't getting tattoos of stupid treasure chests and nonsense.
Well, I don't know what. I mean, listen, every band that reaches a certain point kind of has their own mythology, has their own language with their fans. I don't know what Imagine Dragons is doing. I don't know. They just seem like a band to me that was completely manufactured for something that I want nothing to do with. And so, but that's on me. That ain't on them. They're just trying to do their... Okay, cool, man. Now, unfortunately, you think that doing that quickly would make the songs shorter. Nope.
Nope.
I got a text from Courtney. Our safe word is cannoli. There you go.
Nice.
You got to have a safe word. What's yours, Kat?
I don't necessarily have one.
Oh, I thought I was going to get her. She goes, I don't just have one. She's dancing around it.
I don't just have one in particular. I feel like I haven't just chosen one, But I do get the cannoli one, because filled on both sides, I guess.
You know, see, she's trying. She's trying. You get points for trying. She's trying, but...
You're talking about the stuff meeting in the middle.
She's telling us what we want to hear, and yet, man, she's good. Just enough. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway.
What's yours, Alan?
I'm sorry? Pumpernickel.
Oh, okay.
The Cavaliers back in action on Wednesday night, back here at home. Are you watching Celtic City on HBO?
I'm not.
It is a 4 or 5 part documentary, I think, over there on HBO Max over the Boston Celtics. Just as like a legacy championship team. I don't have any skin in the Celtics game, but it's very entertaining.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's called Celtic City.
Did you watch the Magic Johnson show that they did?
The Magic Hour, the old talk show?
No, it was it was on HBO. They did like the story of Magic Johnson, the Lakers.
I did not.
That was fantastic.
You mean the fictionalized one?
Yeah.
No, with John C. Reilly?
Yeah.
No.
Based on truth.
Right.
Took some liberties.
No, I'm okay. I mean, if it's a team I'm not really invested in, I'll watch a documentary, but I don't need the fictionalized version of it. Although I heard it was really, really good.
It was really, really good. Yeah. And again, I mean, it's more about like, the story of the ownership and all that kind of stuff than it is about magic.
On that topic, I got a letter from Olivia. Olivia and Nathan live in Boston and listen. I listen nearly every day, she said. Listening to you and Rob talk about driving in Boston has me cracking up. I usually use public transit, so I don't have to think about it, but it's about 6 months ago I had to drive to and from Dorchester to Mass General downtown every day for 2 weeks while my fiance was in the hospital. There are no rules or traffic enforcement, only anger and bold driving decisions. Now, I've driven in Europe a lot, and I wonder if it's similar to that, where you just got to get in where you can get in and see the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, but at least in Europe, that's understood. In Massachusetts, Boston in particular, it's not.
It isn't understood there?
No, everybody's just doing the exact same thing. And then it's just laying on the horn. That's all. It's horns and a-hole offensive drivers. That's it. Everybody in Boston drives the exact same way.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's an opening. Here's 12 cars to take that one spot. And that's why you sit in traffic every single day in Boston.
I see.
Sucks.
A bunch of assholes.
Yes, Grandma, that's right. Olivia says every time we do something that would get us pulled over somewhere else, we just shout, Boston!
Mm-hmm.
It's like the equivalent of turning on your hazards when you know you're doing something stupid on the road. Love you, love me, whatever the stupid sign-off is. That's a letter from Olivia. She and Nathan are in Boston.
I was pulling into a parking lot, Fenway Park, with my grandfather.
Tell me it was called Fenway Parking Lot.
It was not, but that was a great idea. Damn, it should have been, right? Fenway Park.
It was right there.
It sure was. We were pulling in. I took him to see a Red Sox-Yankee game. I had my blinker on. I was pulling into the parking lot, and I decided to let a car go, right? There was a cop directing traffic who pointed at me and screamed in my window, about what an idiot I was for letting that guy go.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing? You're stopping traffic, dude. And I was like, yeah, but the guy's stuck there. Like,
it's like
just
the guy
go!
down, like the guy down here that wanted to yell at me.
Exact same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you expect it in Boston. That guy here, I was surprised. I've seen him like 3 times since, and I'm like, oh, someday he's going to see that buzzard sticker.
An officer on the street yelled at you? Because
The
that
guy
happened
that
to me, too.
The guy that called in that one time, he's not an officer. He's like a traffic coordinator or whatever. Tiny, or what's his name? Timmy or Tommy or something. I don't know. And I was kind of venting about it, and then he ended up calling the show. And
That's funny. I was like, I wonder if it's the same person that yelled at me.
It probably is.
It might be. It's like right there at
he's-
Prospect and Huron, where those, right there by the Clevelander, where that, sometimes they have that blocked off, and you're supposed to go. It's too dumb to explain, but
yeah.
And I have the buzzard sticker on my car, so I'm just waiting for that day for him to come up and be like, hey, how you doing? Remember me? Yeah, because I called him a prick or something on the air, and then he was like, hey, this is whoever, the prick.
By the way, it just occurred to me, did you have like a tearful reunion in the USA when the wife and kids came back from Florida?
No, I was beside myself. I was so angry. Oh, dude.
After picking them up from the airport?
At the airport.
I see.
I don't know the rules. I only know what I know of airports, right? When you pick somebody up, you have like a specific amount of time, right? Like you're allowed to kind of pull up to the lane, get your people, and then go, right?
No, they tell you to go right. They tell you to keep moving.
You're right. Not in Cleveland. This was at my wife's flight got in around 11. My oldest daughter's flight got in around 1.
This PM and AM.
This is
11 p.m.
all
1
at
a.m.
night. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck in this line of traffic, and now there's literally nowhere to go, and people are just pulling in and parking, putting their hazards on, getting out of the car, and going into the baggage claim area to help their family members, whatever. And I was literally stuck in the exact same line of traffic for an hour and 45 minutes.
Really?
I could not. Remember that?
You couldn't get out?
Could not get out. And then, thankfully, I mean, we just all sat in the car until Caitlin's flight got there. But there was this flight that
Wait, you were boxed in?
Yeah, completely boxed in. There was
by
this
people
flight,
who had parked and put their
just
hazards
stopped
on.
because there was a flight that was delayed. So people just pulled up and literally put their hazards on and waiting. Okay, we're waiting on this United flight, whatever. It's not here yet. It'll be here in like a half an hour. And I'm like, okay, but what if I had to leave?
Oh, that sucks.
No, people getting out of their cars.
That's horrible.
Smoking cigarettes, in and out. So I'm already in a irate, pissed off mood when my wife and daughter show up. And I'm like, can you believe this crap? These sons of bitches, how do you allow this?
They go back in and book a
And
couple
they're like,
flights
can
back
we
to
just
Florida.
leave again, please?
Yeah.
So then Caitlin landed, and I text her, and I'm like, hey, look at this. I can't get out. I even took pictures, Alan. I was so upset. Look,
Wait, so the people just went in? I don't know that I've seen that.
That is...
I don't know that I've
That's
seen
out
that.
of my window.
But usually there's people, there's traffic cops or whatever
There was
screaming.
one woman all the way back at like the first arrivals area, gate 8 or whatever it is. My kids were all the way down at the other end. All the way down.
Hopkins
So I gotta
is
sit there.
never that busy.
And then
either.
it just
It's like-
stops. And then I'm there. And I lost my mind.
Wow.
So yeah, it wasn't a great reunion. Then Caitlin came to the car, and I had to drop a friend of hers off in Brunswick.
Wow.
And then another friend off
at
on
that
the
point,
other
you just
side of
wanna go
Medina.
home.
It's 2:00 in the morning, and I'm ready to strangle everybody. I'm like, well, welcome back.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, and then and then I couldn't fall asleep. You know, you just wound up, especially when you're that pissed off about something. So I'm laying there in bed until like 3:30. My eyes are open, mad.
Wow.
It was something. So yeah,
I
the
don't know
weekend
that I've
wasn't great.
encountered that. I had to pick Gwenna from O'Hare last year. I was meeting her in Chicago, and she was flying in, and I was driving because I was at my parents' house. And man, they will scream at you if you even slow down and your person isn't
I know.
there.
That's
you know?
what I'm saying.
You
That's why
can't
I've never
park.
seen this.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
weird.
literally everybody was stopped. I was behind a Lexus, and then a like this car just pulled up right next to me, and they parked directly behind the other person, and that was it. They weren't moving. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Like, what if I had to go somewhere?
So wait, you finally got out because one of those people just happened to come out and back to their car.
Exactly. So that flight came in eventually, which was close to around the time of Caitlin's. I think it was delayed by like 45 minutes. So by the time they got all their bags and stuff and they came out, all that traffic cleared up.
Gotcha.
So by the time Caitlin got to me, it was already starting to clear. So I had to only drive through this maze of 6 cars instead of the 30 that were
So
sitting
it wasn't like you had all of the people you were picking up and you're still stuck. You were waiting for.
I was
annoying,
waiting,
but you were waiting. You couldn't circle the.
That's what I wanted to do.
You're right.
I wanted to get the hell out of that way so I could let people go where they needed to go, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Wow.
And then, we only had to wait 10 more minutes once Caitlin came out. So it was a total, that line I was in, it was nuts. And then there was the woman that was directing traffic started yelling, "You can't park there." And everybody's like, "Yeah, okay." And they got out of the cars. I was like, what's happening?
You can't park there. I'm so polite at the airport.
I am too. That's why this was
cool,
so
man,
surprising.
I mean, it's a pain in the ass to keep doing loops, but I'm like, if they're not there, there's nobody for me to pick up anyway.
No, you park in the cell phone lot.
Yeah.
Sit there for a few minutes, rub one out. I mean, look at your phone.
Uh-huh.
And then you go back. Okay, hey, my flight just got in. Okay, what door are you at? Door 6. All right, cool. I'll see you there in a minute. Pull up. Luggage in the car. Out. 30 seconds. Hour and a half.
Guys, I'll be there in 5 minutes, okay? I'll be there in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, all right? I'll be there in, I got to get some wet wipes, and I'll be right there.
Yeah, you're 30 seconds away. I'll be there in now.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, it sucked. But then, so the weekend was kind of meh.
But then at least you get to sleep in.
Saturday, no, I had to work all weekend. But
okay.
But the my daughter, my oldest, slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I bet.
And then Sunday, we just kind of all hung out. I smoked some stuff yesterday.
Like reefer?
I smoked ribs. Sorry, I had to be specific. I smoked
I
food.
Thought you meant, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Smoke weed every day.
And you would
I was going to say, boy, you were at your house in the back 40. You're like, I need to chill out a bit from the other night.
Oh, I should, and that's what I'm saying. I'm too high strung. I probably should do that stuff all the time, but I get so messed up. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I smoked, did some ribs, and because I'm an idiot and I forgot about the condition I was in on Friday, I made this incredible side dish with beans. Dumbass compared to where I was on Friday. Yeah, stupid.
Oh man.
Yeah, I swear it's like I'm just like my memory resets on me. I'm like a goldfish.
Mm-hmm. Brock in Cumberland, Maryland, by the way, the guy that keeps the fart log.
Mm-hmm.
He sent me a couple more. I'm sorry, the flatulog.
Flatulog.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for that today, Rob. I'll have to get to that tomorrow. That's what we call a tease in the business.
Did he do that 10-gun salute? Was that him?
No, that was another guy. No, this was the guy who did the garage.
Oh.
I think that's the 10-gun salute guy.
That's a You could tell 6, man. 6, he almost gave up.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not sure I can do it anymore. I got it. 7.
He persevered.
Just ignoring his kid in the background. I love that. Timmy, will you shut up?
Do you see
Daddy's
what I'm
only
doing?
got 4 more farts to go. And then I'm sending this off to the guy on the radio.
Yeah.
You don't know who he is. Honey, will you get him inside, please?
No respect for my art.
I'm trying to submit something to somebody who keeps repeatedly saying he doesn't want submissions.
Yeah, you're screwed now. You're going to get those forever.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Not that I was ever that mighty, but I've been reduced to listener farts and Imagine Dragons trolls. I guess it could be worse.
Yeah, much worse.
You're driving a truck.
I don't know. That sounds like fun, actually.
Yeah, it probably is.
Like, imagine that. You're different every day. You're riding around. You're listening to jerks like us in the car.
Your nuts are just swinging in the
Chicks. Yeah, it's swinging nuts.
Truck nuts. And Cat brings it full circle, right? Bumper testicle. What did you call them? Tructicles? What'd you call them?
Tructicles.
Tructicles.
You call them
all right.
Bumper what? Did you call it boobs? The bumper boobs?
No, they're the bumper scrote.
Bumper scrote.
Bumper scrote. I mean, I know people like alliteration, but there's no truck nuts is not alliteration.
No.
Your bumper balls. I think that's what they started as. I think the guy invented truck nuts. They started as like bumper balls or something. I don't know, whatever. I'm sure there are people that are well versed in the history of truck nuts.
I've got the sob scrotum.
Hello. I've got the roof hooters for my wife.
It's a Volkswagen Volvo.
Yeah. Okay, we got to go. Rob and I got to get to the Disturbed show.
Yeah, 6:30, nothing
Hosting
more
that
starts.
buzzard. Sweet.
Got to get over there.
Have fun.
Okay, thanks. All right, we'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. Where can they find you in the off hours, Robert?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Katarina?
Cat Be Creative or the Serbian Queen on Instagram.
All right, cool. I'm Alan Cox Show. On your platforms, this program will be available for you in its entirety, wherever you get your podcasts, very, very soon. If you listen in the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us talkback messages there, little brief ones. If you're more long-winded, I'd recommend the After Hours line. You can leave voicemails there, 216-986-8903. And I think that's it. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Is it the Corey Roddick Experience next?
Yep, till 9.
Beautiful. Until your Cleveland Guardians tonight. West Coast against the Padres. First pitch at 9:40 on the buzzer.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say.